Greetings and aloha. What's going on, guys? It's Mike from LiveMyAssOff.com. And happy Friday morning. And it's about 7:30, 7:35 here in the Big Mango. Hope you guys are living the dream. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute that for a second. And yeah, absolutely. So we're going to get to some of these comments big time because I know that it's sort of like on your mind what's going on here in Thailand. Not shocking. It's imperfect for sure. And but it's also pretty imperfect everywhere, right? And as you probably know, if you're new to this channel, then you may get disgusted by the color of my rose-colored glasses. I hope you don't. But anyway, it's I do my best to look at the positive side and look at the opportunities that are occurring around us. And sure, it's difficult. It's difficulter sometimes. Sometimes it's harder than others, but for the most part, it's okay. It's okay. And I hope wherever you're watching this, you're safe and happy. I hope you're living the dream. You may have heard me say before, if you're not living the dream, you're doing it wrong. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that because when I say it that way, it is a little bit tongue-in-cheek. But I also need to report to you that I've come from a place of doing it wrong, doing life wrong when the environment that was happening was not as ridiculously imperfect as it is now. But I was still very, very uncomfortable in my own skin. And through that process, I basically learned that, you know, I kind of am the architect of my life to the best of my ability. And yes, there are outside forces for sure that, you know, I may not have control over. But for the most part, I can do my best to change my attitude. But hey, so Dorman and Gotta Love Thailand, glad you guys are here. Thank you so much for coming by. Nico Greco, Mango Sticky Rice, Damo, good to see you, my friend. Greetings from Oz. Carl K, good to see you, buddy. And Joseph, how you doing, man? The Big Mango, Patrick, is great for me. I will tell you though that it is so back to work that there's a lot of traffic. And just on the BTS yesterday, even at about 10:30 in the morning when I was heading sort of into town, if you will, it was busy, you know. And you're not doing this, but you're definitely, you know, the social distancing doesn't occur. However, literally 100% of everyone has a mask on, and so therefore, you know, I certainly feel safe. But I will tell you that my summation of that is that there's not going to be any sort of big, huge next wave. Let's just say that. And welcome to the Cool Kids table, my friends. Glad you're here. Glad you're along for the ride. And I'm excited about this. I have been busy, right? Like we all are. But the problem is that I was busy regularly in the mornings, and that's usually when I like to do the live streams. Now, I thought about doing them in the evenings, and I've done that maybe 2 times before. Sometimes in the afternoons when I was over at Lumpini Park, and sometimes over here, and I do it with Rob, who basically stays up all freaking night long. Good to see you, Doctor. Thank you so much for coming by. Aloha and mahalo for coming by to the Cool Kids table. I live in a SJW PC nightmare called the U.S. Yeah, I understand. It's interesting that you say that, and there's no money, no honey. Is that? I guess that's true, right? Everywhere. You just sort of hear it for the first time, that phrase. Like I didn't hear that phrase ever until, oh my God, are you kidding me? Earl, dude, thank you, my friend. $20. I've shared with you guys before. Like that's 600 baht. I mean, the amount that I could do for 600 baht. I mean, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it, Earl. That's really cool. That's going to go to the it's going to go to the Cool Kids table, but it's also going to go to this fund that I'm basically developing right now. No, this isn't. This is not a financial show. Let's just say that. And hello to you, sir. You did that and you didn't put anything in there. Please let me know if there's anything specific that I can answer for you, my friend. I'm really honored by that. That's just wow. And yeah, indeed, sir. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. So what is the fun that I'm thinking about working on? Well, the short answer is if you saw the thumbnail for the live stream, it was basically a let me see if I can do this. It was basically it was radio studio, and I can't remember whether I can then show that or not. It doesn't look like I can. Well, regardless, it was just basically all I did is type into Google like on-air radio studio, right? And the reason I did that is because I was looking for an example to show people. I've reached out to people all week long through Facebook groups that are specific to expats living in Bangkok. And in this one specific one, I actually think it's called like Bangkok Expats or something. On Facebook, the people in there are very educated in Bangkok. And many of them are also pretty educated in Thailand. And they've also spent physical time here. And so whenever I've reached out to them, I mean, there's always the people that are, you know, oh, how should I do this? Oh, you should get on a jet airline and go to you know, right? Some goofy little thing. But for the most part, literally at least 85% of the comments are relevant to the question. So I reached out there, and there were two guys that reached back out to me. One of them works at a university and was kind of sharing that they have kind of a media studio there that I could potentially use as an on-air studio. And so anyway, that is the new fund that's going to, not necessarily to build the thing, trust me, because, you know, a lot of the time it just sits there, which is precisely what I'm trying to find, is a radio studio that's basically just sitting there. Now, the interesting thing is if I was down in Pattaya, which I'm not going to go down to just to do this, is there's a group of stations down there, part of the Fabulous radio group. And so there's Fabulous 103 and KISS 91.75. And I believe there might be other stations attached to it, but basically those are the two. They're English stations and they play the hits, right? So anyway, down there, I've reached out to those guys before, and they've always been really great at getting back to me. And I said, hey, is there anything I can do? Can I come by? And they said, yeah, they're always looking for someone to, you know, mess around and, you know, do some radio stuff. Because as you guys have noticed, then I haven't hung up my headphones yet. So I'm still in the radio biz, basically. And all these live streams are really giving me a lot of positive energy in my life, a lot of positive reinforcement, bringing me back to radio, basically. And so as part of that, what I wanted to do is I wanted to have like basically a set, right? I wanted to have a radio studio. And in the US, I would literally just like ping one of my buddies and say, hey, dude, so, you know, even in a city that I'd never worked before, and be like, hey, so I did this and this is my past and this is what I'm looking forward to do. Is there a studio that I can borrow effectively for like 5 or 6 hours sometime? And in fact, if I was back east, then it would be daytime here and it would be in the middle of the night. And like 90% of the studios in radio stations are completely crickets all night long, right? And so I could borrow it and do something like that. And then here, additionally, if I was in a place that the commercial radio was just like all automated and they literally had no studios, then I would reach out to the local universities, because unless you're like right at the border of Mexico, where basically Mexico slams into the normally not-for-profit frequencies below 91.9. And so therefore they're not available to the college stations. But for the most part in the United States, like most, many, let's say, universities and colleges and stuff have their own radio stations, right? And you can use those. And a lot of times you can use them, quite frankly, because it's a public school and some of your tax dollars go to fund many things there. Like you can sometimes use the tennis courts, for example, at a public university. Regardless, is I would be able to figure out a solution to it quite quickly and easily in the United States. Here, it's a little different. Now, in Pattaya, I'd probably be able to maybe, work a deal with those guys down at Fabulous. But up here in the Big Mango, there are, believe it or not a lot of English radio stations that I can just sort of call up and interface with. And so that's been a challenge for me, because this is what I want to do with Earl's money. And so anyway, and here, the other thing too. So good morning. And I'm stoked that you guys at the Cool Kids table are all welcoming each other and hanging out. And obviously the regulars are here, and that is fantastic. Aztec, I want to thank you specifically for your email. I really appreciated it. There were a couple of other guys that sent me emails and messages just to kind of poke me and say, hey, dude, so like, haven't heard from you. What, are you growing your hair back? And I really appreciate that. So thank you very much. And I am more than glad that you guys are here and basically hanging out and having some, well, mango and sticky rice. So, and Aztec's like, I remember Damo. Yeah, right. Totally. Okay, so let me make sure I'm not missing some of these. Hey, Mike, you were right about unemployment. This Saturday is the last day since benefits run Sunday to Saturday. Yeah, if you're getting them, I'm very sorry that I was correct. I was sincerely hoping, especially for this one friend of mine that could, an additional week of, I think he's getting like, he's getting like $200 or so per week because of unemployment, and then the additional $600. So, selfishly for my friend, I was like, oh, hopefully I'm wrong. He's going to get another, $600 or $700. So yeah, so that's a little bit of a bummer, but I mean, again, at the end of the day, the 600 goes away, right? But the your unemployment amount, I believe, continues weekly through like December or something. And who knows, maybe they're going to add more in. I really haven't paid a whole lot of attention to it again because I can only inundate myself with so much negative noise. And, as we all know, CNN, that broadcast company, stands for constant negative news. And so I try and stay away from that source. But yeah, so thanks for oh my goodness. Wow. What do we got? Damo. Thank you so much, dude. That's so get a haircut, for God's sake. I absolutely will. I promise. I got $25. Here's the other thing too, guys. When I tell Gracie how much occasional money we get from the super chats and the PayPal, and I do have my phone on, I believe, because I do this occasionally, and it is really disappointing to me when I do this, which is I forget to turn like the ringer on or something like that, or the notifications, and they're definitely on and they're on high. And someone will like PayPal me throughout and I'm like, oh my God, I didn't acknowledge them. So anyway, that hopefully I've provided I get the notification, right? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of guys on here that says, Mike, it doesn't matter. It's technology. It's on the internet. YouTube hasn't figured out a way to notify me when you go live, for God's sake. So there's no way PayPal's going to be like, oh, by the way, no, but they're pretty good about it. And I think I've notifications turned on in the app on my phone anyway. So regardless, I believe I'm prepared for today's show. How's that? But Damo, thank you very much, man. And I will tell you right now, dude, no blowing smoke. Like, we miss you. There were guys that were like, hey, so like whatever happened to, and I thought to myself, yeah. And then I would like go back through the live streams and like look at the chat and I'll be like, okay, man, he hasn't been, is he okay? Like, do we need to send him a hug? Does he need a Cool Kids table drop shipped to his house from IKEA? Because they may just have them. Thank you very much. That is, that is ridiculously generous. And I didn't sigh out of disappointment. I can tell you that right now. I sighed because Joseph gave a 20 and for the radio station funding and a 100 plus. I have some, by the way. I had some delivered the other day. Well, here's some good news. And thank you, Joseph. I really appreciated that. That is totally going to go to that. I can tell you guys right now. Because here's the thing is I am a member of like co-working space. I mean, you've all, well, maybe not all of you, but many of you, let's just say, have likely heard of WeWork. Okay. So that's like a global, it's a global financial disaster, actually, that the SoftBank guys that invested billions literally in that company have lost their shirt. But nonetheless, just because something happens for several months in a row doesn't mean every single one is closing and they're like, fire sailing all the furniture they have in there. And there's a WeWork down the street. Anyway, the point is that I'm a member of this very reasonably priced, like literally reasonably priced is, I think it is $40 a year. It's like $1,200 a year. And a lot of no, actually more than 51%. So many of the co-working spaces here and sort of the innovative areas, and they'll call them accelerators, or they'll call them other, things like that, incubators, right? They're sponsored by the telecommunications company. So the one I have AIS on my phone as my provider, as well as the home internet. So you can blame them if all of a sudden the circle starts going like that. So anyway, so I go to AISDC, which is simply AIS's design center. And for the most part, it's kind of just like a huge open area with hot seats, if you're familiar with the terminology of co-working spaces. But the internet is ridiculously fast, very reliable, and it's nice. It's actually kind of nice. And there's seats, of course, with tables, but there's also like, real puffy couch kind of chairs and stuff. You can lean way back. So anyway, so I was over there a couple of days ago because as part of like many co-working spaces, they have, here are our hot desks, and this you can like go around. And then here are like, some of them have like pseudo phone booths, right? So you can like do a conference call and then go back to work and you don't disturb people. And then they have a few like sort of like, 4-person meeting rooms. And then they have this room labeled the studio. And the studio is approximately, I want to say 100 square meters. So it's quite large, high ceilings, and it's got a giant backdrop in there with green screen, right? And it's got a couple of lights. And some gels that you can put in to change the color scheme. But it's got no like tabletop with, mic booms, right? And, and it's definitely not a radio station, okay? And that's what I'm looking for, because what I want to be able to do is do a show there. And because here's the thing, like live, first of all, selfishly, I like it a lot because I love hanging out with you guys and interfacing with you, and quite frankly, allowing you to help me plan my future. Because I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm not making $1 million on the super chat. That said, I hope you can interpret my appreciation verbiage as being genuine. I hope so. I mean, I certainly could tell you right now that's the intent. But nonetheless, I love the fact that I'm honored by the fact that you guys are like, Mike, here's money that I earned. And I'm very clear on what it takes to have $20 in your wallet in the United States. That doesn't mean you just like went and got a job and you worked 1 hour and they pay you $20 an hour. No, that means you basically needed to earn approximately $35 to have that $20 in your pocket after, tax and stuff. So Joseph, thank you. And Earl, thank you. And Damo, thank you. So with that, I was like, okay, well, I really want this radio studio environment, right? Because that'll get me like, kind of in the mood and excited. But the nice thing is that I can take what a radio studio normally is, right? Which is like, all of the mixing, ideally have some decent guests, because the thing that bothers me technology wise with the solutions that are available today for basically no money, it's like $15, $20 a month. StreamYard is what I'm using today, by the way. And the other day I was using Restream.io, company out of Austin, who I like quite a bit. And their imperfection when you have a guest audio, there's ducking and you're unable to like hear both people. And that's what I really love about having a decent mixer that then really mixes the audio so that two people can talk at the same time, which occurs in real life all of the time, especially if you're like at dinner with somebody and you guys are like, and you don't need to pause and like, talk to someone like you're on walkie talkies. Like it's a synchronous discussion. Right. And so I really like that. So I want that from there. And additionally, what I'm hoping is that like in the future, we at the Cool Kids table can take this to a different level. And I don't know what that looks like yet. I don't know whether that means like I'm doing live broadcasts like under a tent in a public place where there's monitor lizards everywhere. Or I figure out an even better way to do kind of like that mobile broadcast studio thing I do when I was like at when I was on Koh Si Chong and I had the laptop and I was by the water. And then, of course, I've got a finite battery life. And so that's how long it lasted. So that is one of the reasons why that fund is there. And ideally, I will use it to the best of my ability to at least meet your expectations, if not exceed them. So that is my goal. How about that? Damo says, rumor Australia minus Victoria is possibly going to be allowed to travel again in January. Fingers crossed and prayers. Right there with you, man. I absolutely, anybody that is available to, able to travel, I think that is that's going to be so welcomed, won't it? Carl, good to see you, man. Never thought I would say this, but back in New York City, which is actually safer than Cebu City as per COVID, I can get out when I want without a pass every day. Yeah, Cebu is, I believe that is the worst place as far as the lockdownness goes. Asia Unscripted, Jason, if you're familiar with his channel, I believe he like walks around outside every day and kind of gives an update. Now, his updates are, there's not a whole lot of delta in like what happens between and I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying these videos are, because they're great. They're daily updates. But and quite frankly, I would, there's a part of me too that thinks, well, if I had this radio studio, then basically I'd probably do a daily morning show, or I do an afternoon show, or I do an evening, or, wherever you guys are, right? Show. And that would be fun. But it's difficult to do because, of course, I'm over here because I want to travel, and I can in Thailand. And, I mentioned to you guys before, I have this Air Asia Unlimited Pass. So effectively, it's like $5 basically, because you pay taxes and a few fees to fly from one spot to the other. And again, you can fly from the tip of Bangkok all the way to the bottom for less than 2 hours, basically. And so you fly in and out of Don Muang for Air Asia. I'm told that Air Asia is going to fly in and out of Suvarnabhumi soon. And so we'll see if that comes to fruition. I am optimistically cautious about a lot of statements that I hear, or a lot of rumors that I hear as well, because, you never know. Damo, that name rings a bell. Boom. Yeah, see, there you go. I remember you. I told you, man. I told you. For right now, yeah, indeed. Everyone remembers me. I'm awesome. And how did I get to be so awesome? Well, I basically came to the cool kids table. Boom. The rest of it's a matter of time. Yeah, sure. Hey, Captain, good to see you, man. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm watching from Hamadan. Hey, how you doing? If you guys remember who Cools is, right? That is Gracie's sister. So to some degree, my sister-in-law, she is likely at the store. And so I just heard a ping. And potentially it's Gracie saying, okay, so Marisol is watching. Don't say anything bad. So, hey, thank you so much. I'm honored you came by. That's really cool. And I hope you're safe and happy. And I know that Gracie went to Rojas yesterday on the motorbike, so she has the ability to kind of get around. And so that's a good thing. The Clinton News Network, I saw that. I was scrolling through. I'm like, I got to find that because I wanted to put that up there. Welcome to the Clinton News Network. Indeed, sir. Good on you. Oh, hey, good on everybody. Been spending all my spare time at the gym trying to get healthy. Damo. Oh, good for you, man. You and MetTech, you guys are going to be cut after this. And at the end of the day, let's face it, after you do that for in my experience, after you do that for about a week, maybe 10 days, you get in this momentum. And then, at least for me, then I would start eating better and that sort of thing. I've been eating better lately. I've been really into salads. I don't know why. And of course, I just walked down to the local market, and now I've done that enough where the woman knows me, right? There's just but what's lame is that there's many people that know my name. Then Kun Mai, right? But I don't know theirs. And I was thinking about that yesterday. I was walking back from the market, and the young lady that works here down in the I want to say juristic office, and but in any case, the main office, the management office of the property, not the people that rented me the place, which is also an office down on the first floor. Anyway, so that's where you go to I guess if you had a complaint or if you needed something. But for the most part, the people that rented me are the ones that are like, hey, there's something wrong with the air conditioner. Can you send over a handyman or whatever? But anyway, so she works there, and that's where I would go to pay my water bill and that sort of thing. They've since educated me that, Mike, all you got to do is take a picture of it and then, wire the money basically to our account. And then once you get the receipt, then you just take a screenshot of that and email that to us. And therefore you can come down here, but you don't need to. Anyway, so on Sundays and Mondays, she helps out basically in the mail room, which is effectively this sectioned off area of the lobby where all of the incoming packages and letters come, and then they take the smaller ones and then she puts those in the mailboxes, right? And she's awesome. And she's got a killer attitude. And she even asked me about because I got like 3 packages, right? And it was like equipment or something like this. I don't remember exactly. She's like, okay, what is all this? And I said, well, I have a YouTube channel, right? So I need like a microphone and all this. I want a microphone. I don't need, right? There's plenty of people that do great live streams and they don't have a $12 microphone. So basically, they don't have the ratings. So anyway, she's been great, and she smiles, and I do a whole Saudi Cup thing, because that's about how much Thai I know. Anyway, so it's really cool to see her. Anyway, so I'm walking back from the market the other day, and she's walking the other day. And to my point about the name, she's like, "Oh, hello, Kun Mike," and and I'd say, "Hey, I got these salads." She's like, "Yeah, that lady that's right in the corner there for the salad." I said, "Yeah." And as she was leaving, I thought 2 things. The first is that because we know the lady that does the salads. There's like the salad lady at this market, and I don't know her name. And I thought, well, that's too bad. I said, well, I'll tell her the Farang says hello, And then as she was walking away, I thought, here she is, like walking down the sidewalk. Hello, Kun Mike, and I'm like, I have no clue what her name is. And I'm like, darn it. So luckily, I know how to say what is your name in Thai. And she actually helped me out with saying, how was your day, I think, or have a good day. Either one of those. I've since forgotten how to say that in Thai. But she helped me out for the time being. And by the time I got to the elevator, I'm like, oh, cool. I know this new phrase called, yeah, crap, and then I forget. Anyway, I'm sure I could speak English into my phone and it would regurgitate out some Thai about how are you, how's your day. So anyway, I am going to make a point to try and get more people's names. Because I'm honored that they like know me and remember me and that sort of thing. Like there's the coffee guy. And when I go over to Ekamai area, I'm walking up the street and I cross this little soy and he's got, the motorcycle, right? And attached to it, welded to it is this frame that he basically makes coffee in. And I love that iced coffee. And it's, it's got like this huge sort of steam bucket in it, and that's being heated. And then on top of it, they have usually 3 containers. And then inside of 2 of them is usually a very long sock, effectively a cloth filter. And that is coffee grounds in there, and the darkest coffee you will ever see. I mean, it is like molasses, not the consistency, but as far as the deep darkness, black of it, it is very black. And it's got so much flavor because they use Robusta beans here and not Arabica beans. And I hate Arabica beans, but it's basically what you can get in the US. You can get a Robusta beans, of course. You can get any beans you want. Blue Mountain Coffee from Jamaica is my absolute best personal favorite ever, but it's about $27 a kilo, I think. Maybe it's $27 a pound. Anyway, it's expensive. And what a lot of companies do, if you like Google Blue Mountain Coffee, they'll mix like 50% of it will be, and you'll be like, oh my God, no, Mike, it's only $12.50. Right. But then the other 50% of the ground's in there. So that's frustrating. Anyway, I love that coffee. But in Thailand, I love the coffee that has been sitting there in this ket pot, basically. And it's really, really good. So I get that over ice. And anyway, that gentleman, whose name I don't know, quite frequently when I go to meet some buddies, usually around noontime over there, I stop by his little cart and I get a nice coffee. And as I'm walking up, he's basically already making it. And I really appreciate that. I'm one of his regulars. I'm his norm. And interesting how one of the regulars in Cheers at the bar, his name was Norm, as in normal, as in I'm normally at this bar. I never really thought about it that way until just now. Because of the money you gave me, I'm now smarter. So, catch up on some comments here. And, I really did appreciate Daniel's comment the other day regarding the comments that are at the bottom. Because if you're watching on your mobile device, I guess it goes right over the live comments that are coming up on this side, right? In the YouTube app. So there's a part of me that doesn't want to show these, but I've gotten enough comments from people that are like, no, it's good because then we know where you are and you know what we're talking about and that sort of thing. And then we can see the comments inside of YouTube if we want to know anything, current. So anyway, I need a new pic. So sorry. Oh yeah, you do, man. Absolutely. If you're, because I think in the picture, your mask is on your forehead. Anyway. Max, hello from New Jersey. Happy streaming, chatting, my friend. Good to see you, man. Thanks a lot for coming by. My business partner grew up in New Jersey. He's a great guy. And he and I see eye to eye on many things. And I think maybe before January of next year, we kind of said, well, given the funding limitation we're at right now, because without funds, then it's difficult to hire developers. You can get them to donate their time, but you could argue, like, look, if people that donate their time, that basically means their time is effectively worth nothing, and therefore their accountability is low, and that's totally understandable. And people need to buy groceries, and so it's like, okay, well, we should probably get some developers that we could pay, because otherwise, I can't really sort of bitch really at the quality of what they would provide. So therefore, but he and I see eye to eye on a lot of things, and it's great having a business partner that you guys just get it. When you can like label one of your buddies like, oh no, how come you guys hang out? How come you and Ed hang out? And I'm like, dude, he just gets it. He gets me, and he gets it. Even if I'm not there, he gets it. And so that's anyway. So he's from New Jersey. I use Cowork Tampa 170 per meter. Oh, got it. Okay. Co-working space. That's very cool. Cowork Tampa. Sorry, 170 per month. Got it. Whenever I see M over here, right? Because I'm so metric now that I'm over here in the, in the big mag. Like, greetings, San Francisco. Okay, Carl, good to see you, man. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. We got 23 people watching, it tells me, and 5 thumbs up from Facebook. What I don't know is how many thumbs up we're sporting from the tube. Looks like it's 14, 24 watching over there. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Whoa. Hold on. I was just looking at something in my comments. I'm way behind on the it like caches the comments. It's very weird. If I'm not displaying like YouTube and watching it, it caches them in a weird way. So it just notified me that Damo gave $5. I'm like, come on, man. That was so many live streams ago. Anyway, that's like really cool. It's good to have the reminder. I really like it. I'm honored that you guys donate. Yeah, AirAsia landing BKK now. I've read more articles a few times. Okay, so okay. I mean, great. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to go from there, because from there, it's like super easy for me to get there. I just go airport rail link. And if it's me by myself, then it's much cheaper to go BTS airport rail link, even though I kind of got to go out of my way and then back to Savarnabhumi. But the nice thing is that I believe BTS starts at like 5:30 in the morning. So usually I can get there for my 7:30 flight if I, time it right, if I'm like getting on sort of the first BTS from here up there. So that's really good news. Thank you for letting me know that, man. That's great. There you go. Good for you, Aztec. Right on, man. Stuck in Florida. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you again. And being welcomed by the Cool Kids Table to the Cool Kids Table. Hit the like button, everyone. You're so awesome, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mind sub. Oh man, you haven't seen you in a while. Thanks a lot for coming by. I'm alive and my friends and family are doing okay, so all is well. Hope all great report, man. Thank you very much. Third shot of coffee, still waking up, all well so far. I should probably get another cup of coffee, actually. I've only had, what I do traditionally is I end up basically drinking about 75% of my cups of coffee. Then it gets cold and I'm like, only costs 17 cents to make another one. So I will, I'll go have another one. But I think I don't know if I need 3, but I might need another one. Down 28 kilos or 62 pounds. Still need to lose another 50 kilos. Wow. Damo. You're going to lose a total of 172 pounds. My goodness, that is an outstanding commitment, my friend. Good for you. And the first 62, that ain't easy either, my friend. So good for you, Damo. You are a star. I honor you big time for that, because it's a lot of mental. It is not just, oh yeah, I'm going to basically starve myself and go through the physical process of not having all these calories intaken. No, I mean, so good for you, man. That is a gargantuanly successful commitment. 13 up, 0 down, and 13 shakas, bro. How many is that again? I can't remember. Who's the guy? King Leeway. He's the one that multiplies everything by 1 million, because that's how many people in the Philippines are watching, right? Yeah, pat on the back. Indeed. Hashtag pat on the back. Kun Suarai. Yeah, that's how. Yeah. What's your name? Kun Suarai Krap. And that I'm pretty good at. It's the whole, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. The good news is I know how to say that. What I don't know how to do well is remember it. Once you have the name, Kun Aru Tairai. Good to know. Kun Aru Tairai. Okay, cop. Thank you. Ting Tong took woon. Absolutely. Ting Tong. Babababo. Hey, Bob. Right on, buddy. Good to see you too. Hopefully everything's well and your family's doing great over there. It's great seeing you guys. I mean, I don't know. It makes my day. I mean, it's just like, this is like really cool. And, seeing my other friends during the day makes my day too, right? And I mean, that's kind of that's the curse of liking people. People are my favorite kind of humans, and I like to hang out with them as much as I can. So if I haven't mentioned it before, I'm taking Air Asia. Well, sorry, I'm taking I've got the Air Asia Unlimited pass, but I wasn't able to make any reservations heading down to Phuket on Monday because Monday and Tuesday are basically holidays. And so, there's blackout days basically for this unlimited pass. And also, there's a finite number of those seats that are available to the people that bought the unlimited pass because effectively the seat's free. They make zero money. They're losing enormous amounts of money just by having me on that plane. And I'm more than happy to accommodate them in that in that quest. But Monday is a holiday. And the other thing, too, is that, as you might guess, the flights that, leave Bangkok on a Friday afternoon or evening and then come back to Bangkok on a Sunday afternoon, those go away pretty quick. But the good news is that I love and have the opportunity, thank you, Buddha, to vacation all my life, but to vacation Monday through Thursday, which are the absolute best days. If you guys watch Chuck's video when he and Paige were down in No Time to Be Sad is the YouTube channel, if you don't know. 2B, the number 2 and then the letter B, No Time to Be Sad. Anyway, he's much more popular on YouTube, of course, than I am. However, he recently went down to Chumphon. And in about 3 weeks, I'm going to go down to Chumphon. So I was watching that and trying to figure out like where I'm going to stay. Buddy of mine is going to join me down there. So that's going to be awesome. We're going to hang out. And it looks to me like him coming to Bangkok for a few days and going down to Chumphon and then returning back to where he's from. He won't have to quarantine once he gets back there. There's some debate about that, so that's kind of a bummer potentially. But nonetheless, we can explore Thailand a little bit over here, which is nice. And so because that AirAsia flight is unavailable going down to Phuket, I'm taking Thai Vietjet. And I've taken Vietjet before. They've been great, and it's a low-cost carrier, right? So, I have finite expectations for sure. And then, if I want anything upgraded, then it's effectively 500 baht. So I'll give you an example. The ticket is 529 baht. The taxes on that are 500 baht. So imagine paying 100% tax on stuff, right? Regularly. But this is different. So, and I'm going to do the whole 7 kilos take on, thing. And, with any luck, I'll be able to bring enough sort of remote gear. I'm debating because I'm going down to Phuket and I'm going to hang with Rob for the most part. So I'm definitely bringing my camera and my backup camera and my gimbal. And I want to check out Kamala Beach big time. I love it. You can go for great long walks on that. It's fairly flat, hard packed, even when the water's not completely out and it's like low tide. Great walking beach. And I haven't been there in 5. I went there actually with my business partner, Ed. And he flew in, and then I had to leave early, actually, because my buddy hurt himself in Pattaya. This was over Christmas, probably 5 years ago. 2010, maybe 4 years ago. Anyway, yes, because it was before I met Gracie, actually. So it was 5 years ago. And so it'd be good to get back down there. But I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to bring with me because I want to travel light, and I don't want to have to do a check-in bag. And the thing about Phuket, and specifically Kamala, and then, of course, south of that in Patong, is that if I don't bring enough clothes, I can easily go buy some clothes that, would last me one day, and then I could literally just throw them away if I don't want to bring them back kind of thing. And it certainly won't be a gigantic financial outlay. So I'm looking forward to be able to doing that. And then, so Thai Vietjet down to Phuket, and then I got a really good deal on a taxi, which is something you never hear anybody say in Texas. You never hear anybody say in Phuket. But for 400 baht, I'm getting from the airport to Kamala Beach to my hotel. And I also got a great deal on my hotel, which is like literally right on the beach. And I believe it's it's only 2-story building, but I'm on the second floor and like the balcony looks out over the water and stuff. So that'll be cool. And I'm anticipating, again, Monday through Thursday, that there won't be a whole lot of other people there. So with any luck, I'll be able to do some live streams in the morning right on the beach. So the cool thing is that my webcam, my USB, Logitech cam, takes up very little space. And but again, if I'm bringing that, then I'm bringing my laptop, and that's what really starts chewing up the the weight. So anyway, yeah, said 170 a month. Thank you for that. Yeah, I jumped across. It's good to see you. Thanks so much for coming by, Siddharat. Hope you're good. I am good, Bob. I'm really, really good, buddy. That's really cool. So I'm looking forward to seeing Rob, as you might guess. Oh, wow, the comments are like super late coming over here to Streamlabs. That really bothers me. So I'm going to go over here to YouTube, and with any luck, they will see it. Like the most recent comment I see over here is at 8:08, and it is 8:16. So for some reason, the comments are not displaying there. If I hit refresh, then my video is going to go away. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop out the chat from YouTube, and we're going to go there because I know that, occasionally I'm behind on comments, but for the most part, I like to be fairly current. And then if I can show them, all the better. Oh my God, I'm like way behind on these things, guys. I'm really, really sorry. Yeah, Rockman's here. Awesome. That's really cool, man. And good to see you from Atlanta, my friend. Hello from steamy Atlanta. Hey to go more. Hi, hey, buddy. And what topic you talk about today, says Sudarat. So today it was basically just sort of leading with, the upcoming travel that I have, but also some of the things that are going on here in Bangkok. Additionally, I wanted to share with you guys, what my thoughts are moving forward for trying to get, a radio studio to do a regular sort of show, if you will. And so that's, that's kind of what we're talking about. But additionally, I can address the immigration stuff that's going on right now. I did put up a video on how to get to the sort of overflow temporary visa extension facility that is not Chang Watana if you're here in Bangkok. And for the most part, they put an additional level of amnesty or that sort of thing to September 26th. But again, for most of you that aren't here, that's not super relevant. And, again, the thing that's relevant is if as a tourist, you simply can't just cruise over here. You can't just like come in and bam, 30-day visa exempt stamp and start hanging out over here. So that's kind of a drag. Mango says, opening day for Major League Baseball, San Francisco Giants and LA Dodgers. Go Giants. No live fans, just cardboard cutouts. Crazy. Oh, Go More Hike says YouTube fail, no notifications. What's on the cardboard? Absolutely. Oh, man, yeah. And like not all of the comments are showing up inside of StreamYard. But what's funny is actually I got 2 messages from a couple of the streaming platforms I use saying, yeah, so by the way, we're having a problem with the YouTube stream. So anyway, I will once they come up, I will do my best to get to them. Have I been to Unantani? I have not. And one of the guys that I also watch to sort of say, okay, well, maybe I'll go there, maybe I won't go there, is CB Media, Chad, right? And he was in Udantani a while ago, and he did that like motorbike tour. The main reason I didn't go there is because, I live here in Bangkok, and so usually what happens after a short period of time is I want to go to the beach. And so obviously I can get on for, $4. I can get on a, and to the point of you guys like, donating $20. For $20, I can go down to Pattaya and back and take the ferry over to Koh Larn and hang out all day and rent a motorbike and cruise around. So, it's not nothing, man. It's not the whole, oh yeah, it's only $20, go to the mall in the United States. No, it's an enormous amount of money, and it allows me to have a really good day. So thank you. Just wanted to make sure I clarified that. And the main reason, though, that I didn't go to Udon Thani, other than the fact that it's inland and there's no beach, is it was really, really hot. I like really hot for sure. But I wasn't, I just wanted to beach it. And so I ended up going down there. So, but I think it's definitely on the list, much like I'm going to Chumphon. Now, Chumphon has a beach for sure. It's right on the water. Now, again, there's the city of Chumphon, and then there's the province of Chumphon, right? So I am going down to Chumphon Airport. Pretty much everything that exists in Chumphon is south of Chumphon Airport. My plan is to get there, and then I made a reservation at Agoda for a hotel that I literally could walk to. I mean, it would be 5 kilometers, so it would take a while in the middle of the day, and it would be pretty darn hot, but that's part of the adventure. And so I could walk there, and it's right on the water, and it was like 877 baht for a sea view bungalow. So I think it includes no, I could have gotten breakfast for 2, but of course, I'm traveling solo, unfortunately, but Gracie's not there with me. But nonetheless, breakfast for 2 is like 250 baht. And I'm like, nah, for 250 baht, I can like walk down the street and probably get some of the most amazing food. Because as we know, the best food in the entire world is made on the sidewalk in Thailand. Absolutely. Planning to boot off to the Philippines or Thailand. Melbourne is a police state now. Ouch. So are you talking about, like, in other words, the first opportunity you get to come here, you're going to like totally go for it? You're working on a B visa, you're working on a work permit to like get over here kind of thing? Or is it just like, and then live here? And I don't blame you at all. The complexion of a lot of the first world countries is a little bit discouraging. They don't seem to be, first of all, they don't seem to be setting a really great example as far as solidarity in trying to deal with this. But secondly, I mean, you want to talk about just throwing money at stuff. And again, I get it. That's necessary. It's like, look, dude, if you don't do this, people don't eat. A lot of people are referring to the Great Depression, and there were bread lines and all this sort of thing. Well, there's bread lines in Thailand, and people ate, and they don't have many. So they don't have many more in Bangkok. As I've mentioned before, here's another thing that I want to do. I was talking to one of the guys, some guy reached out to me, Aaron, and Oran, Oran is basically the short, kind of like Mike is short for Michael. Oran is short for his full first name. He's German Thai, meaning that he was born in Germany to a Thai parent. And so he refers to himself as being a coconut because he's brown on the outside, white on the inside. I said, okay. But his English is amazing. His German is excellent, and his Thai is excellent too. He's got a Thai wife, and they live in Bangkok over near Akamai. So he reached out to me because he has the ability to do a couple of things I discovered, and I did want to share him with you. And I have his contact info if you're interested in the following. Coming over here and getting a rental place, not probably for anything less than about 3 months or 90 days. He could definitely help you out there. He could definitely help you out if you want to buy a condo. I have my own opinion on that, but nonetheless, many people are like, no, I want to own and, buy. It's great. Awesome. That's totally an option. He can totally help you out there. He's a really good guy. But I think the real benefit, because I mean, at the end of the day, you can go anywhere, right? To find, hey, where can I rent an apartment? And I didn't have a, agent, if you will. Gracie and I just like kind of walked up and down the street, went to some person, didn't particularly like them, and the ones that they were showing us were okay, but I didn't like the person. And I didn't dislike them, but I was just like, this just doesn't feel right. They're just kind of like going through the motions. She's not really listening to what I'm describing as what I want. I thought, my interpretation. But anyway, this guy. He has the ability to really, there's going to be no lost in translation at all. And so you're going to be able to speak with him saying, this is what I want. This is what I don't want. These are the things. There's going to be no like judgment of it. Like, hey, look, I want to live in a neighborhood where there's a ton of Thais. I don't want to be with any, Farang or something. Or it's like, no, I want to live in an expat community. I like Thailand, but I don't want to live near any Thai. I mean, whatever you have. And he's going to be able to not only show you that, like he can give you a tour kind of thing. He used to, when there was a market for it, be a tour guide. And he also used to do those experiences on Airbnb. So anyway, he's a really awesome guy. If you want more information, you're coming over here. But what I said to him is, okay, first of all, everything that he described to me, I said, that's awesome. You're a value add, and I will totally share your availability as well as your offering with my guys at the Cool Kids table. I said, but no one can get over here now. You know that, right? And I said, so, but this is more for long term. So to your point, Nico, if you're coming over here and you're going to spend some more time, ping me, shoot me an email, live my ass off at gmail.com. And I can put you in contact, or anybody, quite frankly, and I can put you in contact with this guy. And he can, if nothing else, if you want to come over to Bangkok or anywhere else in Thailand, many other places in Thailand, let's just say, not everywhere else. But he's Thai. He's hooked into being Thai. Hey, I think I said hi to you. Oh, hey, Missy, good to see you. Thank you so much from Oregon. You're awesome. Stoked you came by. Honored. Big time. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully the thunder isn't bothering the dog anymore, or at least not often. How's that? You guys are saying hi to each other, so I'm getting past those, and I want to make sure I get to everyone. Phuket walk and talk on the beach. Yeah, Patrick, good idea. I think I'm going to do that. I like those as well, and I'm honored that you said so. Thank you. Locked up in Melbourne. Okay. So you can't leave, but when you can, you're going to. Great plan, dude. And here's the beauty of it, right? I mean, again, here's my rose-colored glasses on this thing, is that, yeah, if you can't leave right now, but I mean, again, being forced to be there for me would really have me looking at absolutely every single option, which I'm sure you're doing. But secondly, really planning. Like if this is available to me, I can do this tomorrow. I don't need to save up between that. I'm saved up for this. I got this in my back pocket. I got this original document, for example. I'm over at one of the embassies the other day because I'm getting a second passport, and I had to have I'm 52, and I had to have the original document of basically my birth, not my birth certificate, but regardless. So I needed to have a 52-year-old piece of paper that apparently is going to be in excellent shape, and I got to tell you, I mean, you want to talk about being grateful for the way my parents live. I'm quite certain this document is going to be legible. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I have original documents that I basically took from my parents so that I could travel with them. Like I have my original birth certificate from the United States and Massachusetts. And, in theory, you're not supposed to copy those, right? You're supposed to have but I mean, just folding paper to like move it around and stuff. And then Gracie and there was a flood in the Philippines, and it was there at that time. So we literally laid out the entire floor of the house had paper on it, and it was drying out because, as you know, paper sticks together when it's wet. And if you leave it there, then after it dries, you can't get it apart, and it's basically destroyed. So we're like peeling wet pieces of paper apart, laying them all, hanging them. It was just like, and that was just like, and I saw one of them, I said, oh my God, it's my birth certificate. So luckily, the front of it, this is the important part with the special seal on it and everything, that's fine. The back has a whole bunch of imprinted ink from the other pieces of paper that were on it, but nonetheless, the front is and there was no text on the back. Whereas this other original document that I'm getting, it does have text on the back. And I guess that's the reason they want the original or whatever. Now I can apply for them to go through the process of basically generating a new one, which I'm kind of thinking I will do. It's $75, and it takes at least 5 months that it says on the website, which means it takes longer than that. Although I can tell you that it's one of those deals where, to your point, it's just one of those sort of check boxes where I'm like, okay, so I got some time, right? Because I mean, I could leave Thailand if I wanted to, and I could go back to the United States. I do not want to. There is zero ROI for me going back to the U.S. Not the least of which is if I do, then my passport will be like, hey, I just left the U.S. and I'm trying to get back into Thailand based on my residency and my certificate. And, they'll be like, okay, you just left the most diseased country on the planet and you want to come into the least diseased one. You're delusional, I mean, pretty fair, boundary. So, I can't get back in effectively. And so that is non-starter for me. It ain't much better in any other country. Yeah, no, totally. And to be fair, it's not like I mean, again, I can leave here and go back to my home, the country I'm born in and the country that I have citizenship in. I can do that. But again, it would not improve the quality of my life one bit. I mean, there is literally, other than the fact that I, of course, could see my parents, that would be amazing. And inside our house, it's nice and warm. And to be fair, it's July, right? So July in Boston is my kind of weather, hot, humid, that sort of thing. The air conditioning's on. And, but come October, I am not a happy camper. So, yeah. Red Lotus Lake, Gomor Hike says about Udon Thani. That's a good, thank you very much for giving everyone that tip, Hike. That's pretty cool. 400 baht, not bad. Mm-hmm. How does that work? Got a link? Like to his website, or to, I'm behind, guys, so I'm really apologize. I'm at 8:16 and it's 8:30, so I'm about 15 minutes behind on these comments, but, for all the carry on in VIC, do you know one single person that caught COVID yet? Oh, he's asking Nico. Yeah. Oh, in Victoria. Yeah. I do. I have a very good friend, two now actually, that caught it back in the US. One of them was on an incubator. Is that what they call it? Anyway, he had the tube down his throat, right? So like basically an induced coma because he doesn't rip the thing out. And he was in the hospital for about 2 weeks. I had another guy who was a friend of mine who didn't need to go to the hospital, but of course felt like he had a really intense flu, and went through some medications and that sort of thing. And he's feeling pretty good now. I think he's on week 3, and he posts on, in fact, if you follow me on Facebook, I took his most recent post and shared it on my wall because I was like, this is a really good motivating kind of thing. And so that was really cool. See, now they're all of a sudden showing up. Bummer. Nico does not know anybody. Rackman says possible good news on several vaccines by the end of the year. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's kind of up in the air. You never know, right? Anti-vaxxer. Yeah, I suppose there's that sort of. I mean, again, did you ever since you're going to be an anti-vaxxer, or have you been a flu shot guy? Because honestly, I just get it because like they ask me when I'm at my healthcare provider at the time in the US, in California, Kaiser Permanente. And they'd be like, oh, do you want this flu shot? I'm like, yeah, whatever. Sure. I mean, I guess it adds value. I've never had the flu in probably 20 years, maybe. I don't even remember the last time I had it. And I assume I can blame the flu shot for that level of success, but who knows? Vaccine against something I don't know of a single person in the world having, yet we all have. Yeah, I mean, again, it is pretty ridiculous, right? Do you have to vote outside? No, I don't have to vote, but I absolutely can. I can do a write-in, and so that's totally a possibility. How's life been treating you? How are things? Condo been working out good? You asking me? Yeah, it's working out great, man. I've got a great life today, and I am keenly aware of how lucky I am on a daily basis. I had in the last week, every single person I've talked to on the phone, my friends, my colleagues, that sort of thing, that are in the United States, it's crazy because each of them has said this exact same thing. I am so glad you are not here because, they know me. They know that I would be miserable. And so that was just it's sort of neat, but it was just sort of interesting that every single one of them said the same thing. And I'm like, yeah, it's definitely imperfect. Nico Grigo, it's commonly called the communist state of Victoria for a reason. Ouch. Carl, feminism, Marxism has effectively destroyed Western society. Ah, yeah. Saul Alinsky was the godfather of Western society. Unfamiliar with that. I'm ignorant to that. Houses are assets. Western women are liabilities. Potentially. I mean, I will tell you that I'm infinitely, well, okay. So again, I'm biased, right? So Gracie is like the best woman I've ever met. And so she said my life for the longest time. I have had a relationship longer than this, but I haven't had a relationship of this quality density. I mean, she's fantastic, right? And I haven't had a relationship that lasted. I basically haven't had a relationship that lasted this long because it was kind of like, in the middle of the 5.5 years, like we weren't together kind of thing. And then we got, so whatever. At the end of the day, this has been my longest successful, awesome relationship that I'm not getting rid of anytime soon. I had some fairly decent relationships with Western women. But to be fair, it was also before I had come to Asia and learned the additional benefits of the relationships over here with Asian women. My first real relationship, I mean, kind of like my second girlfriend, she was from Morocco. And so it wasn't like, you know, it was like, okay, she has to be blonde hair, blue eyed, you know, white skin. That kind of, no, that was, and in fact, I was in love with her, you know, but again, it was one of those like first relationship kind of things. So it was like a ton of love and then like not a ton of hate, but then it was kind of like 180 out of phase from that once we split up. She was actually going to move to California with me. That was our goal. After I met her at college. And so she was UMass Boston. She was like, let's see. I met her, I think I was 19, maybe 18, but she was like 22 and she was over in Boston, obviously, from Morocco. She was great. She was like, you know, she was great until she wasn't great. But that Jamelia was her name. Hike says, that tour guide will be able to find me a place to buy cornbread in Thailand. Absolutely, my friend. And I can tell you exactly where to go right now. You just go to, oh my God, I just forgot the name of it. Oh God. And I got an email from him this morning. Shoot. Hold on. This is going to drive me crazy. And I know the minute I say it, I'm going to be like, oh yeah, right, that place. Villa Market, yeah. So Villa Market is, it's the Whole Foods sort of, in other words, if you were to like close your eyes and get on a plane and not open them up until you got to Villa Market, you'd be like, oh, I'm in a Whole Foods in Southern California. Well, the complexion of the people that are around you, and I'm not talking about just skin pigmentation. Everyone would be shorter, but it's wealthy Thais, effectively, that are going there. So yeah, you can get cornbread there all day long. Good to see you back, Dave. Hello to Melissa watching from Facebook. Hey, right on, Aztec. Very cool, man. Never underestimate the difficulty of changing false beliefs with fact. That's a good one. I like that one, Carl. Portland is in chaos right now. Oh, Missy, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Oh, boy. That's a real bummer. Well, I like the sound of Moroccan women. Yeah, well, I'll tell you. She spoke. It was very interesting because it was sort of my first experience with someone who was truly foreign. And so, I mean, it's one thing for like you to have maybe acquaintances and that sort of thing. And when was this? So this was in 87, 88, 89. And, speak another language, maybe they speak Spanish or they learn French or whatever. She spoke Arabic, French, English, Spanish. I want to say there was another one. In my mind, she spoke 5 languages. So I don't know what the 5th one was, and she was fluent in all of them. And she was all, I mean, again, at the end of the day, if you're like someone who's coming from Morocco to basically go to school at UMass, to go to school in Boston, then you're not unintelligent. I mean, she was an electrical engineering student, just like I was. And she got really, really good grades. And it was cool because I didn't get distracted by the girlfriend from school. She and I would like study. We would obsess. I mean, I was, if I knew I could get an A, I got an A. And then I just overdid it because my new drug of choice at the time was way too much school. And so I took like 5 classes. Then I said, oh, well, I'm amazing. So I took 7 and I ended up having to like withdraw from 3 or 4 because I completely overloaded, did not anticipate what I was doing. Again, it's something you just figure out in life. I was 18, right? And so anyway, it was definitely a learning experience. And oh my God, I'm so way behind. This thing jumps and it really bugs me. And because I think I saw, so Missy's talking about Portland being bonkers. But yeah, she was great. You're 52, Mike. Damn, you look younger than me, and I'm still young. I'm still a young and 43. Thank you for that, Aztec. I appreciate that. You know what's interesting is that if you saw any of my pictures when I had, or saw any of my videos, certainly when I had like kind of the slick back hair with the ponytail. Before that, when I had kind of like curly hair kind of thing with no ponytail, I don't think I maybe looked my age. I was in my mid to late 40s. But then when I basically was, I don't know whether it was complete vanity. Certainly that was a lot of it. I was dyeing my hair regularly because otherwise it would grow in pretty gray. And so I was doing that thinking, okay, well, I'll look a little younger, at least if my hair's not gray. And then I shaved my head before I came over here. And I think I told you guys the story. Like after I had got, like literally seconds after I got my hair shaved, head shaved, I took a photo of it, selfie, a couple things, and sent them to Gracie. First thing she says, oh my God, you look so much younger. I'm with this attorney yesterday or 2 days ago, and or when is it? Today's Friday, so Tuesday, and he's looking at some IDs because he's basically notarizing that I'm me. He's like apostilling a couple of documents, if you will, in the Thai version. He was being a guarantor for me, and so he's looking at, some IDs that I had from like 3-4 years ago. And then of course my most recent passport where I'm bald. And he's like, oh my God, you like aged in reverse. He's like, you look so much older before. So I'm not saying shave your head, but it worked for me. So Mike, I recently discovered my cousin from Melbourne has been living in Thailand for years, but I don't have his phone number. Well, you try and get his email address or something like that. If he's been living in Thailand for a while, he's probably got Line, which could be, his phone number, that sort of thing. But oh man, I hope you get in touch with him. That would be outstanding, man. Good for you. Do you have to produce your long form birth certificate? I don't know what that means. I only have the one birth certificate. And it's got, the standard stuff. Now, again, I believe that birth certificates vary based on state. I was born in Massachusetts. I assume you've been born in Alabama, maybe, or some other state, but I don't believe Massachusetts. I don't believe I've ever heard you sort of reference that. So in Massachusetts in 1968, there was a green symbol that was, it had how they basically stretch the paper, right? They emboss it, I guess it's called. So that's there. And then it's, of course, I think it's signed not by the governor at the time, but someone who's obviously a pretty high official. And that's the only version I have. And so I didn't know that there was a short or long form. Now, I think, I know that Missy had a comment that I was going to come up. Mish Mikey, we do live chats via Skype. Me? Why is that? Let me know, because is it because of the comments and stuff? Because I can not do those and I can just basically speak to them. That is the bummer, though, is that we miss the ones from. Okay, that is amazing, guys. I got to jump to this right now. Morning beer from Stavanger, Norway. Wow. Kenneth, thank you very much. I don't know what, so I assume NOK stands, because what they do is they put the currency up there. And thank you for that, Kenneth. You arguably probably new to the channel. I'm sober 28 years, so but believe me, I can absolutely use that and get some coffee or whatever. I knew what you meant by that, and it's incredibly generous. And is Norway? What is your the K? Is it kroner? Is that what I'm thinking? I mean, I could Google it, and I will, because of course it would bother me that I don't know. Currency Norway. Yeah, how do you pronounce it? Just krone or kroner? Norwegian currencies, yeah, I know it's the kroner, but I see it spelled two different ways, with an N and without an N. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm honored you came by. And Robert, good for you, man. 20 years. That's awesome. That's 10-1. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. $5 USD, dude. That's amazing. That's killer, dude. I can take a bus down to the beach for that. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys when you do that. And I also appreciate the other kids at the Cool Kids table letting me know how much it was. Carl says, I've been in a 7-year, 6-year, and 5.5-year relationship. All women are the same, Mike. She's not yours. It's your turn. Yeah, I get that. Gray divorces are at the highest peak. These are marriages over 29 years. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That hasn't been my experience, but we were at UMass at the same time, 1990. So Missy, interestingly enough, I left in 89 to come to Thailand. So that's a bummer. We missed each other, especially because selfishly, if you had gone to UMass Boston, you may have gone to Amherst. I went to UMass Boston, but I was on the radio station. So you would have heard me in the CAF over in Wheatley Hall, if you're talking about that. I think you went to Amherst. I'm not sure, but maybe you went to UMass Boston. I dug it, dude. I got a great education when I was there. Call me nihilistic and call me red pill. I read a lot and understand female nature. Can't fault them. It's just their biology. Yeah, I don't. I'm happy. I'm happy now. So, Carl K. Beer is the same way. You just very cool. And then it just goes right through you, right? Bingo. Did you guys see the couple who defended their house have been charged for pointing their guns at Black Lives Matter rioters? There's a lot of lame news out there. I'm grateful I haven't seen that. It's not data that I'd want to watch. My buddy sent me the video of the interaction between the black gentleman and the 2, if not 3 police officers in La Mesa, California, where I used to live. San Diego, basically. And apparently that video and that interaction was the catalyst to people rioting in La Mesa. And then I also heard that they burned down 2 banks, which I'm like, how does that? White money's in there, black money's in there, Indian money's in there, African-American money's in there, China money's. I'm like, what? Okay. But again, I scratch my head at a lot of these things and I just think to myself, I'm from another planet. Like, do they have pork roll there? That's a good question. I don't know. They might at Villa Market. They have a lot of, that's the only place I know to get Miracle Whip. Like, I like Miracle Whip in my tuna fish. Many people don't, and then many people make tuna fish salad sandwiches, if you will. Some people put chopped up pickles or whatever like that. Some people just use mayonnaise. Many people don't like Miracle Whip. I get that. I dig Miracle Whip in my. So that's where, and it's I believe a container of it is like $7. It's almost 300 baht, I think. Maybe it's like 210 or something like that. But yeah, it's like $7 or $8 for a. And of course, to get over there, I took the bus, right, which basically means I spent 60 cents to get over there on the bus, and then to buy $7 worth of Miracle Whip. So anyway, some things are just with the thinking about Portland being in disarray comment. Got it. Yeah. Enjoy them while you can because they will change oh man, I'm sad that you're so bummed on them. I hope that you have a happy relationship now, Carl, with whoever you're with, really. I mean, men or women. I mean, you're good buddies or whatever. Because that's too bad that that's been your experience. Carl, I don't know if you've ever been over to Thailand or Southeast Asia or the Philippines or Singapore or whatever, but a lot of my buddies that have that sort of description of it, they're pleasantly surprised when they come over here. So yeah, I hope you can get over here, man, when you can get over here. Oh, MedTech, what are you talking about? Hey, don't worry about it, man. We already talked about you behind your back, meaning that I talked about how fit you are and how great of an example you are of losing, because Dama was talking about how much weight he lost, and it was like, oh my God, man. So anyway, good to see you, buddy. Thanks a lot for coming by. The DA should be fine, but we don't know who would have all about diversity hires. I see. Okay. Stock. Welcome to the Cool Kids table, says all the cool kids. Did you get sunburn on your bald head? How much? So here's the deal is that no, I don't get sunburn. I have SPF 50 and I have SPF 70. But of course that only lasts so long. I try and wear a hat. The good news for me is that pretty much all of my skin, obviously the underbelly of me, is pretty blanco. But when I tan, I usually tan. And, I guess probably the most amount of time concurrently that I've been outdoors in the sun, directly in the sun here in Thailand, it hasn't ever yielded a sunburn, thank goodness. My grandfather on my mom's side, he was actually down in Panama for years, and 2 sad things happened to him down there. One, he got dengue fever. But again, you're talking about, 50 years ago, 70 more like, right? Because I think it was before I was born when he was down there. Yes, it was, absolutely. And so he had dengue fever, and then because of the not wearing a hat thing, being out in the sun so much, he got skin cancer up there. Now, he didn't die from that, but again, it was, uncomfortable for sure. So for the most part, I'm trying to be conscious about it. I carry around a hat with me most places I go. I have this hat with it's essentially got fabric in the back of it. And I wear that when I'm on the motorbike because my helmet can go over it. And then it covers my neck, because I discovered that was probably the closest to a sunburn I got, is like cruising around on my motorbike with, not necessarily a collared shirt, but the helmet only goes, and I'm thinking, oh, I got my helmet on. Well, yeah. And then my neck got burned. So that was kind of a bummer for sure. But yeah, I do pretty good. And it seems like once I sort of build up, I guess they refer to it as a base tan or whatever in the US, which is pretty inaccurate. But the point is, it seems like once the pigment of my skin kind of changes to darker, then I have less chance, it seems, of getting a sunburn. So Obama, can you get a fake one from Hawaii? Obama can get you a fake one. Yeah, I could probably get a fake one over on Kosan Road too. I reflect all the UV rays, absolutely, especially UVB. I'm like, hey, Robert, good to see you, man. Thanks a lot for coming by. Appreciate it. Welcome to the CKT, baby. Hashtag. Whoa. I am missing things, and that is bad news bears. There we go. I spent my most time in Koh Phangan. I'm going to Koh Phangan in about 3 or 4 weeks. I'm going to fly down to Surat Thani and then take a bus, bus and then a ferry over there. And then I think on the way back, I've got a minivan scheduled for once I get to the ferry. I'm from Mass. Awesome, Robert. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Longmeadow. Like Longmeadow Road in Hingham? Because I'm from Hingham, dude. And the Longmeadow that I know, I don't know of any Longmeadow, Massachusetts. But, dude, if you're from Hingham, like, kick ass. Because Missy's here. She's from Hingham as well. Too optimistic to agree that she's not yours. It's just not your turn. Yeah, I am with you there. That's not how I label it. But I was only there at Boston for 1 semester while I was sick. Right. I went to Skidmore, and I knew that. And I was like, well, wait, you went to Skidmore. So I didn't know. But, that's interesting. I didn't know of that whole scenario because, of course, I was in California. And I was thinking, yes, and you know exactly what was happening in my life at that time. I was drinking alcohol to excess and supporting Peruvian families, picking their crop quite regularly because Missy came out to visit me sometimes in California, and we had a great time together. But yeah, I was kind of hitting bottom at that point. And so anyway, I hope you like UMass Boston. I dug up. My dad taught there actually for a while. I want to leave the United States because of feminism. It's gotten out of hand. It has totally gotten out of hand. My buddy tells me the other day that they're changing the name of his school. I guess they want to rename the Cleveland Indians. I don't know what they're going to name them to. The Cleveland. I mean, I guess they could just call them the Americans, quite frankly. I mean, I don't. But I just don't. I don't get it. I don't see those names being offensive. And why is it now that people are always saying, "Oh yeah, we need to"? I just don't get it. I use PC and an Apple. Good. Mike at Carl, just being logical and trying to help other men. Southeast Asian women are what real women should be. Western women are, don't want to sound religious, but evil. That has been my experience with several. I get it. Damo says, every time I hear someone say cool whip, I hear it with the voice of Brian Griffin. Absolutely. Well, it was Stewie, right? That said, well, cool whip. You can't eat your pie without cool whip. You said cool. You said it with no, it's cool whip. Meg, actually, that was what the thing. Yeah. Whip. Cool whip. Not miracle whip. But cool whip. Southeast Asian women are better for sure, but slowly becoming indoctrinated, unfortunately. I suppose everyone's changing, yeah. I will tell you that you could probably argue that it seems as though, at least from my perspective, as the country overall seems to get wealthier, then that what you're talking about is fairly accurate. That's been my experience. I'm in Portland. This is a wired trip. Weird trip, baby? Nothing but love, Robert. Absolutely, man. Asia is the best to date. I would never debate that. Hearts to everybody. Except Melissa on Facebook. Obviously, she's lovely. Well, I'll tell you something. it's funny because you're right. And she's so cool. And I've known her since I was, I guess, 5. She knows exactly when I moved in and how old I was and what grade I was in. I have no memory of anything that occurred basically over 15 minutes ago. But anyway, oh my God, I missed this. Kenneth, wow, thanks for the 100, man. Respect with no drinking, but I am good friends with Simon Lanza Smiles, Nick, Dean, and Joe. Right on, dude. That's awesome, buddy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry that I missed that when it first came up. The notifications, again, aren't perfect, and that bothers me, but I'm honored, Kenneth. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. I haven't heard you or seen you comment in the past, but if you're new here, my name's Mike. How you doing? And this is livemyassoff.com, and a lot of the things that we'll talk about on here, sometimes people will label me as having rose-colored glasses and I'm not realistic and that sort of thing. But that's just sort of how I prefer to look at the world. And so I hope you coming here, you leave happier than you got here, potentially. And if not from me, then from the other guys. We refer to this as the cool kids table. And I hope you'll believe, because I think the other guys do, that the cool kids table is cool because you're here, not because I'm here. Like, I could leave. Like, I'll give you a great example. So I did a live stream a while ago, and people come to the channel ahead of time, right? And I mean, they were chatting back and forth. There was like 30 chats before I even got there. And I was just like, yeah, I don't need to necessarily be here. I mean, yeah, one could argue I'm the conductor of this thing and that sort of thing. I'm the guy that waves my arms in the air. And, the leader to some degree, right? And then you guys take on leadership roles. It's a shared leadership model. But yeah, you'll get welcome to the cool kids table long before by the other cool kids, long before I will. So anyway, I hope you feel welcome here, and thank you very much, Kenneth. I'm honored by the donation, my friend. And yeah, being sober is good for me, and trust me, it's also good for the universe. Me drinking is well, the IRS would hate it. But yeah, there's a lot of negative that would result from that. So I like to think that this is a better choice, but yeah. Mike, my last 5.5-year relationship I thought was a unicorn, but then I held her accountable for her hypergamy. I'm not sure what that means. She broke things off. Women do not accept accountability for their actions. Oh, I don't know about that, man. I think there are some that do. But I understand where you're coming from. Trust me, I'm not going to debate, obviously, what you went through. And because don't forget, I'm from Southern California. So like, divorce is a sport. And sadly, every lawyer that you meet is excellent at it. And so, yeah. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Interesting. That's like pretty cool. Oh my God, dude, you are on fire. Kenneth, thank you, my friend. You are like making this cool kids table just rock today. Thank you so much for coming by, man. I'm glad you're here. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you're getting something out of this. If you're ever in Jomtien, you are in good hands. Send a good message to my best friend who is in quarantine Bay, Ryan Poe from Texas. Oh, dude, I mean, I was down. Wow, that's too bad you weren't here a little earlier, meaning a few days earlier. I was down in Pattaya because I just cruised down there, took the bus, and then took the ferry over to Koh Larn. And I could have absolutely cruised down to Jomtien, man. That would have been easy from there. So, yeah, so that's good that you're here, buddy. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. Shooby-dooby-doo. I can't believe that the Thai government dropped the charges of the grandson of the Red Bull founder that ran over and killed the... I guess something got paid. It's too bad. I didn't hear about that. That's a bummer. This is why we don't have Skype call-ins. Oh, yeah. Who was the gentleman that made the comment, I wish Mikey would do this on Skype? And if you're referring to me, that's fine. If you're referring to another Mikey, that's cool. One of my best friends, or one before, I haven't interfaced with him in a long time, so I really can't call him a best friend any longer. But Mikey, he did a great morning show. He did it up in San Jose, and he also did it down in San Diego. The Mikey Show. Just facts and reality. Shame is the only thing that works. Oh, man, I'm sorry. That's about... Well, again, I hope you can come over here and get a solution, dude. Well, I know you can get a solution over here. I hope you can come over here sooner than later. So I just shaved my head yesterday. Good for you, buddy. Can't wait to see it. Looking forward to it. I'd piss off all women listening to say they like that. It's yeah, maybe, but that's again, it's your experience, man. I'm glad you're sharing it. I mean, at the end of the day, this channel's about solution, and I think we'd all agree here at the Cool Kids table that, like, dude, we got a solution for you. Trust me. When you can get on a plane, get on a plane. If you need to right now, get yourself a B visa. I don't care what it costs. Get a work permit. Come into Thailand. Sit down for 14 days, and on day 15, go out and you'll find the coolest woman you will for the rest of your life. Did you see Fish when they were in Mass in the late 80s? No, I was never into that. And I also saw your comment a little bit later on. Sorry. That's okay, man. I think, do I like the Grateful Dead? And also one could argue that Fish is sort of that genre, right? No, I've never been a big fan. I didn't particularly like their music, and I don't know whether it was the whole, like, the movement that would like follow them. From a leadership perspective, I have a ton of respect for those guys because they obviously provided a Cool Kids table where a lot of people liked it. And many people could like negatively label it as, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of druggies or whatever. But I disagree. I mean, yeah, that was seemed to be, from the outside perspective, part of it. But I knew guys that were very successful businesmen, and they would follow the Grateful Dead and they would go see him. So, but no, I never got into it. I've always sort of been into in Max Creek. Yeah, I do yoga to Sama Karuna. Nice, dude. Washington Redskins are now the Washington football team. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that does seem ridiculously excessive, doesn't it? Sama Karuna in Cobb Pangan. Good to know. And I liked your statement about that Hard Times Create song. Yeah. And then again, thank you so much, Kenneth. That's really good, man. I'm stoked to cruise down to Jump Tien and hang out. Where's that from? Hello from Texas. Hello to Texas. Sorry, I was going to say, wait, aren't you in LA? I am so naive. I had no idea about the Peruvian support until you told me. Yeah. Well, again, it's been my personal experience, as well as from the stories I hear from a lot of my sober friends, that we're the best at hiding it from the people we love the most. So I was quite certain that I am quite certain at that time in my life. I was at least conscious enough to realize that I didn't want to disappoint you. Because that would have really that would have been a real reflection for me. If you're around someone you don't know, love, care about, have as a friend, it's really easy to BS them, right? Because you're like, whatever. I don't care if I lie to them. They're not my friend. So anyway, sorry that I had to get so good at that, but it's all part of it. I mean, you don't do drugs and tell the truth. It doesn't. That's not the thing that happens, but. What's hypergamy? Yeah, I mean, married 36 years, even after that's right, Joseph. I remember you saying that, dude. That was kind of funny. Mike, look up Biffalt's Law, solipsism. Interesting. Very cool. I don't know that. I will do that. Is that related to Murphy's Law? Yeah. Norwegian krona, yeah. Tasha said mango sticky rice. I think the statute of limitation ran out on why they dropped the charges. Okay. So that was a while ago. That might have been it. Yeah. Yeah. You could go to a show like Larry King. Hello, John Smith from Kansas. You're on the air. Turn your radio down. That is one of the Achilles heels in radio well, first of all, there's a massive delay. But secondly, the echo and I mean, again, most people that call into a radio show aren't into radio, right? So, I mean, you just got to give them a little bit of coaching, and then all of a sudden the echo's gone. I'm considering the hair replacement in Turkey. I may be vain. Yeah, for some reason, I never considered the whole hair replacement. What is it? Hair Club for Men. And I think, it's interesting. I would say that the highest density of advertisements for like hair replacement or regeneration or that sort of thing, I would see them in in-flight magazines. And I don't know why that is. I mean, I guess you could argue that, a lot of people travel for business on planes, and maybe, the majority of those are men. And so therefore you're, tailoring it to I don't know. But yeah. Aztec says, Carl, my solution is focus on yourself, find happiness in yourself and your own life. That's how you end up with the right woman. She wants the world you create happily 10 years signal. Oh, yeah. But, I think I've told you guys the phrase that I absolutely love that did you seriously do it again? You did. Kenneth, you're amazing. Dude, this is going to be, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it. Totally, Tommy, give him best of luck starting restaurant. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, dude. I'm going to totally ping you for sure the next time I head down that way, because I definitely want to. I like Jomtien. I think it's a great beach to go walking on. It's not as flat as I'd like, but it's pretty darn good, man. So thank you again, man. Kenneth, you're just here. You're blowing it up, man. Thank you so much. Jesus, that's just outstanding. And Aztec again, I think you and I sort of, many of us here at the Cool Kids table, but I think Aztec and I sort of share the whole, take care of yourself, work on yourself, that sort of thing. But to be fair, I think one of the most amazing gifts I've gotten in my life was the statement that Gracie made. When I'm like, well, I kind of want to go here and I want to travel this and I want to do this. And she's just like, just put me in your pocket. Just put me in your pocket. So again, I'm biased, but I think she's pretty awesome. I think all the teams should do that out of protest. Ah, man, it's crazy. Never been richer, less stressed, at peace than being single and abandoned. My retarded genetics driving me. Thinking about getting a 20-year Thai elite visa. I'm more than 20 years away from retirement visa eligibility. Visit Thailand 3 to 4 times a year and work remote most of the time. Well, Patrick, again, if you're thinking about the 5-year for a $500,000 baht, then one could argue that the ROI to get a 20-year visa for 1 million baht is epic, right? So I don't disagree with it. And in fact, I believe it was, I want to make sure, I think it was 4 days ago where I saw the data that I believe, this is correct, you can get into Thailand with the elite card, which of course you get the elite card with your, multiple entry long-term visa. So yeah, Patrick, I got to tell you, if you think about it, 50,000 baht a year, right? For the 20 years, there's your million baht. And, 3 to 4 times a year, and you don't need to think about it. And you can also pay someone else to do your 90-day reporting for you, which is totally legal. And the benefits you get. If you come and you go to Bangkok and you like golfing and you like, going to massage places, and, you come into Bangkok and you want a limo ride. So, yeah, there's some benefit to it for sure. And, can you scroll back to my Air Asia question? Shoot. Can you, hold on. Yes. And thank you for putting it there, because otherwise I wouldn't know. I'm trying to find it, my friend. Do this. Just throw it in again, will you? Joseph asks, would elite visa get me in now? Yes, I believe it would. I believe that's what I saw very recently. Gracie, see? Perfect, right? I'm trying to find, just throw it in again, Aztec, if you don't mind. I can't find it, and I can't search through this, which is amazing, right? Again, it's a piece of technology that Google owns, and you can't search. Love you no matter what. Off to eat dinner with the family. Smoothies all around. Missy, thank you so much for coming by. I'm honored. Yeah, she's great. It's neat too, because interestingly enough, we got, well, I don't know if we got closer, but we communicated more regularly when she was not, when I was not living next door to her. So I'm sure someone would be offended by, oh, yeah. Of course. Again, you can't make everyone else happy. That's leadership 101. You got to make the tough decisions kind of thing. People look at you to make those tough decisions. And, a lot of times, especially if you're in a fairly, I'm going to say educated, you have an educated sphere of influence. It's been my experience that while people may dislike the decisions you make, if they were looking for a decision, even if you don't make the one that they wanted, they will respect it if you've earned their respect, right? Respect is earned, right? And so anyway, that's been my experience. Apples for years. Hypergamy is the act of a woman marrying or dating a man who belongs to a higher class than herself. Very interesting. I had never heard of that. That's interesting. Rackman says being divorced has worked out well for me. No economic black hole for 20 years. Congratulations, man. That's really cool. Again, like I said, Southern California, it's sadly more common, right? I mean, 51% of all marriages at least, end in divorce. I think it's 55 now. And I got buddies that have been married, 2, 3, 4 times, and they are financially worse off. And so, okay, so there we go. It hasn't shown up here yet. Okay, there we go. Cool. Awesome. You said you have AirAsia deal or membership allows you to fly for near free. What does that mean? You get unlimited domestic flights. How many? How's it work? Link. So right now, that deal is no longer available. It's called the AirAsia Thailand Domestic Unlimited Pass, basically. And it was available for like 3 or 4 days. Gotta love Thailand, who comes in here. Dave, he shared that with me. And so I just bought it. It was 3,000 baht. And what that allows you to do is have unlimited flights in Thailand, only in Thailand. And again, you're paying the tax on each one. So like, in other words, it's 100 baht to fly one way. And if you do a round trip, in my experience, it's 100 baht for the going and then 50 baht for the returning. And then there is a charge, like if you use your credit card, it's like 150 baht. If you do a money transfer within your bank, which is very common over here, it's 75 baht. So basically a one-way ticket is like $5.60, which is very similar to like if you use points on flights in the United States, right? So like when I use Southwest Rapid Rewards points, there's like the $5.60 charge for like the 9/11 fee, I think. And then there's the taxes on something for that. But so anyway, so that's what that is available. It is good until November 26th, meaning that I can make my last reservation on November 26th. I can fly up until December 17th. And there are obviously blackouts, and there's many. Oh my God, are you kidding me? So anyway, so I hope I answered that correctly, Aztec. If I didn't, then please just ping me again, man. Or send me an email, man. I love getting your emails. So that's cool. Let's see. My marriage cost me 200,000, but worth it. Yeah, I understand. I totally understand. I have buddies that Southern California that it's cost that much for sure. So I'm glad that it worked out though, and I'm glad that you're better off because of it. So that's really awesome. My girlfriend is from the Philippines. Hey, Robert, right on, man. That's good. I hope you're happy. I'm pretty darn happy. Anyway, yes, and to answer your question, Joseph, Elite Visa will get you in right now. It might not tomorrow, but the last report that I saw said that yes. And again, you're going to have the certificate of the right to, or the fit to fly thing. You're going to have $100,000, $100,000 US dollars in insurance. Likely, you're going to have to quarantine for 14 days. Maybe not. You'll probably be able to do it on your own, but it might be government sanctioned. I don't know. That changes almost hourly. So just check all of that stuff before you cruise over. How are things in Thailand? Movie theaters open, restaurant, what is closed? So movie theaters are open. They have the social distancing thing. Every restaurant that I've gone to that has the ability, meaning they have financial solvency, to be able to open is open. And, massage parlors are open. Nightclubs are not really open, although there have been a few that I've seen that have like the giant nanoparticle spraying thing where you walk through that and then you go in. But I don't know how well that's going. So there's not a whole lot that's closed right now. There is social distancing in all of the restaurants. There's social distancing in many of the restaurants, like especially if you go in a mall and there's like, clear plastic with like, there's the PVC tube frame and then there's like clean, like saran wrap basically. And that's supposed to separate you from the other things. When I go to co-working spaces, like every other seat, I was in an embassy the other day and how they have like kind of like the metal frame and then they have those plastic seats next to each other. They had removed every other one, so you couldn't sit down. So there's that sort of thing. Public transportation is absolutely cruising around. So anyway, that's pretty much the summary, I think. I just applied Monday. He said 4 to 6 weeks to get approved for the Elite Visa. Yeah, that sounds about right. Joseph Pinto, I don't believe so because the travel bubble won't allow it. Do you mean... Okay, again, that could have changed, but the last thing I saw about who was let in was that elite card holders could come in. I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just telling you what I saw last. How's that? But maybe in 2 weeks. Yeah, okay. Is that more accurate? Then okay, that makes sense. And then again, Kenneth, you're rocking this thing, dude. Thank you very, 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 very much, Kenneth. I really appreciate it. Do I know Foreigner Joseph Green? Really cool guy. Yes, I do. And I completely agree with you. He's an incredibly cool guy. When I was down in Prop Shop CurryCon, a lot of the guys here at the Cool Kids table actually encouraged me, hey, you should go meet Foreigner Joe, and so I just reached out to him. I wanted to comment on his video. He said, hey, let's get together. So we got together. We had some coffee. He made a video of us together and just sort of interviewed me, if you will, on, what my scenario is. Like, why did I move over here? When did I move over here? How old am I? What does my life cost? That sort of thing. Sort of the standard, things that many guys on YouTube are looking to Thailand videos to learn. But yes, he was very cool. I completely agree. And so it was an honor to meet him. And so now I have, now I believe it's 10 to 1, right? Because I think the 50 was $5 someone said. So now I have $10. So next time I see Joe, I'll absolutely buy him a coffee, dude. So that's great. Thank you again very much, Kenneth. You're great, man. That's just, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, and Mr. Mitch, of course. Yes, you're new to the Cool Kids. Not new in general, but this morning. So good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. I'm glad you're here. And I know I'm going to miss some. So if I miss it and I don't get to it in a reasonable amount of time, just let me know and I will do my best to get back there. 3,000 baht. What a screaming deal. Indeed. Yes, it was. And again, you got to remember that it's limited, right? So in other words, it's not a seat that I get extra leg room with. But again, social distancing. So I'm thinking, okay, if I have to, and again, an hour and 10-minute flights are what I'm looking at. So yeah, it was a screaming deal. I will tell you that Air Asia, as well as Cebu Pacific, but of course that's not something I can take now, allows or provides deals like this. And I am quite certain that not a lot of people knew about it, interestingly enough. And unfortunately, by the time it was over, was when I did my next live stream. I mean, I guess I could have. I'm sorry, you guys. I do not know what happened because all of the lights were on, as they say. But anyway, hopefully I didn't. Well, at least I'm caught up on comments now. I'm forced to because I can't see the cached ones. So anyway, I apologize. And do I know Bangkok Don Bryant? No, I don't know him. But let me see. Let me make sure that I'm not missing. Oh, hey, Caesar. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming by. A non-stick frying pan. I'm sure that's relative to something else, but I missed it. What generates your income while there? Real estate rentals? No, it's pretty much just investments. I can't work, right? So now one of the things I'm thinking about doing is likely getting a B visa with a work permit come the fall. Because based on what's happening in the United States, I actually think that Southeast Asia might be a better place for us to get some funding, angel funding even, for the startup that I have with my business partner, the basically personal safety app that we're working on. Obviously, that's all I can say. But nonetheless, that's probably going to be what the future amount of income is. So what is this guy? Kenneth, you are a star, man. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Kenneth says he has the coolest tie shirt waiting for him at Simon's place. Little present, small world, dude. It's so cool, man. Good for you. I'm loving it, man. I think, and just so you know, you don't need to do that. I like your comments. I'm honored that you're interacting. Obviously, the other guys at the Cool Kids table are really stoked that you're a new member and you're hanging out. If you like it and you enjoy like hanging out on these live streams, I'd be honored if you tell your friends. If you dislike it, tell me, because that would ideally allow me to potentially get better at something if I'm not. Now, I know that one of the things that I'm not necessarily good at is keeping up with comments and not answering questions with long answers. I don't speak slow. I don't speak slowly for sure, but I also don't speak. Hold on, I'm trying to grab this other one because I want to turn on my light ring and try and get the black spot out of my. I am so bummed. And here's what happens with me. And how about that? How about a little bit more? Yeah, I think it's a little bit. I think the white is good. Anyway, hopefully that'll add a little bit more to my face with my mighty light ring. Is I'm plugged in. I'm hardwired. And of course, they're like, well, if you're having problems, chances are it's because you're on Wi-Fi. You should plug in. And I don't get this issue with other streaming platforms, but I like the fact that StreamYard displays the entire comment because some of you guys, not the least of which is Kenneth, Carl, you're giving like these, 2 and 3 sentence comments that are totally relevant. And I hate how it doesn't display the whole thing. So that's kind of why I jumped back to StreamYard today. But anyway. So I am gonna, I guess I dropped. I'm sorry that I did, and hopefully it didn't last too long. So, and then that's always a good sign. Thank you, Aztec. That's good. I'm glad. Even though I dropped out a while ago. Yeah, indeed. That's basically all that needs to be said, Stuck. I totally get it. Let's see. So Joseph Pinto, 500,000 bought for 5 years, 1 million bought for the stripped down 20 year. Yeah. So those are the options for Elite Visa. Completely agree. And, again, there's a lot of benefit. There's some cost for sure. But, again, it's kind of a time versus money thing. Like, I don't want to spend time doing this and I want to spend time doing this. I want to have some options. I want to be able to get in when not necessarily everyone can get in. Like right now, even if you have a tourist visa, you can't get a tourist visa. You can't come in on a 30-day exempt stamp. So anyway, and let's see. Robert asks, "Do you know?" Oh, you already. Okay, cool. So I think I'm kind of caught up. So Jorgen says, "Hey, Jorgen, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by." One blogger made money by finding rentals for Farang's company to Thailand. So I can. I won't necessarily make money with this, but if you guys are curious, I have a new guy that reached out to me. He's kind of a friend now because we chatted for a while, and I obviously wanted to sort of, quite frankly, judge his integrity if I was going to share him with you guys. And his name is Oren, and he has a real estate sort of referral thing. And the nice thing about him is he speaks English great, speaks German great, and speaks Thai great. Has a Thai wife, is married, has 2 kids, lives here in Bangkok. Over on the Ekamai, if you know where that is. And he has the ability to show you around and not just be like, okay, these are the condos. So it would be more like you hang out with him for a while and cruise around Bangkok if that's where you wanted to find a place. And then he would have the contacts for you. So I totally have that service available, but it's not really going to generate any revenue for me. And then to be fair, I'm currently on a retirement visa, and they're very clear on that. Yeah, you can't work, dude. Do not work. Not allowed to work. It's stamped right on the thing. So, and that's, welcome back to the Cool Kids table. Indeed. Yeah. Technology is a lovely thing, isn't it? It's just great. Don't have to pay till it's approved. Yeah. That's a nice thing, right? If you're blacklisted in town. Oh, yeah. Of course not. That's totally true. Yeah. And then someone asked about the shirt thing, right? Simon Shell's shirt. Maybe he's got some merch on his site. Robert asks, how can I connect with you in Thailand? So the short answer is the easiest way is to just shoot me an email to livemyassoff@gmail.com. That's the best way to start the communication. And then we can either exchange, like if you're in Thailand, then I would give you my line, right? Which is attached to my Thai phone number. But if you're in the US, then it might be WhatsApp if you want to do it, or probably Facebook. That's usually the easiest way, Facebook Messenger, or we can just shoot emails back and forth. But livemyassoff@gmail.com. Please connect with me, man. It'd be awesome. Hey, Mike, really appreciate your long. Thank you, man. I really, I do appreciate it. And since he's a doctor, then obviously he really, so how am I going to feeling? You're going to die. You probably don't lead with that, especially in the ER, right? Anyway, mahalo, my friend. I appreciate that. Joseph says I will have to look into it and would like to be there in September. Well, so right now, if you were today apply for an elite visa, I believe, I do not know how you get that visa in your passport prior to coming here, although I think it's totally possible. And I believe you can do it all through mail, using your, I can't remember exactly where you are, Joseph, but nonetheless, there's either a consulate general or even the embassy, really. And you can do all that, via FedEx. You just like ship it there and all that. But I think you have to get approved first, and then you would go to, and then they could probably put the sticker in there, right? So anyway, but the point is that keep up on the news, because I could be completely wrong. Are you kidding me? Okay, this is just amazing. Kenneth, you're blowing me. Hey, Palmer, good to see you, buddy. Palmer's my buddy from San Diego, and he's got an amazing house up in Idaho. And he's over here from Facebook. So if you want to see an amazing house, cruise over to Palmer. He was on Facebook because he usually puts pictures up there all the time. Is Gracie a U.S. citizen? No, she's a Philippine citizen. And we met in Boracay. Benefits of elite visa, no hassle with the immigration office. Absolutely, like zero hassle. Good day, Autumn. Good to see you. Thanks a lot for coming by. Haven't seen you here in a while, and I'm really honored by. Let's see. No answers don't stimulate conversations. Oh, so again, thank you for the. I'm so far behind. John, hey man, just pulled in up a seat at the Cool Kids table. Have everyone is doing great. I can tell you what, John, because I didn't see your comment immediately. I can guarantee you all the other guys here at the Cool Kids table probably welcomed you in. So that's like pretty good. And then Kenneth asks, got Line app, Skype, all that talk any day. Yeah, for sure. Oh, so I've said this before to you guys, my Line ID is Mike Shopping Mall. One word, Mike Shopping Mall, no space. So if you know about Mike Shopping Mall in Pattaya, well, that's my, that is my Line ID. But do realize that if I do not get back to you immediately, it has got nothing to do with how much I like you. Okay, so don't interpret anything via social media as anything other than what I have said to you directly, because I do want to clarify that, because there are a lot of times where I will turn off notifications on various things if I'm doing something. Like right now, I've got my phone on, right, and they've got the thing, but I don't have notifications turned on online, because there's a couple of other things that I get in Line, which is updates from Bangkok Bank. I get them from CP All, which is 7-Eleven, because of coupons and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of stuff in there. It's that if I had notifications turned on for Line and it kept beep, 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 then it would be. So I go in there regularly. But anyway, feel free to add me there. But again, livemyassoff@gmail.com is pretty much the easiest way to start it. Good to see you, Palmer. Glad you came by, buddy. This is going to be a lot cheaper, right? What if Palmer calls me just like on a regular, telephone. He doesn't have a special Call Asia, for $20 a month and talk as long as you want. It's just a standard long distance call. And I think he got back to me. He says $110. And I'm like, oh my God. Hey, so some of you guys, Aztec, right? You're a guy. You're a, yeah, cool. All right, good. Yeah. So I saw that you approved that. So, because it was from, Todd, and I'm quite certain it wasn't really offensive, even though I haven't looked at it yet, but we'll get down to it. Can you tell us about your startup company idea? Not really. At the end of the day, I can tell you that it is an app, and, again, you'll hear this from a lot of entrepreneurs that, you're going to change the world. But at the end of the day, if this gets deployed the way we want it to, it will decrease crime globally. Absolutely. It will make everyone feel safer. It will allow everyone to be safer. It will provide many services, but at the end of the day, it's a personal safety app that you would effectively turn on your phone, and you would be able to have an experience very similar to the E911 experience you have in the US, in other countries. Now, that said, even if you had 911 here in Bangkok and, the ambulance cannot physically get to you in 10 minutes because there's so much traffic at Sukhumvit. But in other words, there's varying degrees of safety that were provided by it. So anyway, that's the short answer. You're bored. John in SoCal says to Rackman, I'm stuck here in Newport Beach, feel like a refugee wanting to travel. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, dude. I mean, I would say stuff like that too when I was living in Southern California. There's many people in the US that would be like, yeah, you're stuck in Newport Beach. Woe is me. They'd be like, yeah, you're in Coronado, Mike. Life's rough. Okay. Like, suck it up. Oh man. And then you did it again. That's so awesome. Kenneth, I lived in Lat Pral 2 months, in 2015. We had the keys to Country Road Soy Cowboy. Had some stories for you there. I'm quite certain you do, man. I'll tell you, I walked past Soy Cowboy the other day. It was during the day. But nonetheless, I mean, it was crickets. Like, the only thing that's occurring there were motorbike guys, like basically using it as a shortcut from, a soak right over to, or delivery drivers, that sort of thing. I mean, it was just amazing. And again, Kenneth, thank you so much. And just so you know, it's not a requirement that you give me money when you want to post something. I will get to you as best I possibly can. But I genuinely appreciate. I have no idea how much this is, like, big money, dude. I'm like walking away with this thing with more money than I've ever gotten before. And so this is just, I'm really, really be right back before shower my draft start. Shower before my draft starts. Okay, cool. Thanks, Todd. Howdy, Doc. Absolutely. I'm stoked when ERMD comes by. John SoCal, nice place to be stuck. I'm waiting for international flights too. Yeah, I think everyone, everyone here, right? I mean, we're all sort of international travelers, and this is squelching us big time. So, yeah, it's a real bummer. Todd says to Joseph, you get the stamp at the airport. You don't have to deal with the embassy. I have asked, you get the stamp and visa page in your passport when you get to Thailand. Okay, I was curious about that because I think, again, what will happen is because you're basically approved and you're an elite member, likely when you get off of the jetway, there will be someone there with a sign, probably with a golf cart. And I got to tell you, man, those have been offered to me before for various things. And for various reasons, rather. And I always turn them down because I'm like, dude, I've just been in a silver tube for the last 12 hours. Well, the first part, usually the second half of it is anywhere from 4 to 6 hours, depending upon where I lay over Taipei, Hong Kong, Singapore, that sort of thing, before I get to Bangkok. But when I get there, I want to walk. I am like, no. I got to stretch my legs, get this golf cart away from me. I never take the people movers. I always walk on the right. I walk. And I also walk pretty far away from the jetway to use the restroom because, of course, the first restroom everybody sees is usually the one that fills up the fastest. And it's like, no, I'm going to go the other side. Because for the most part, when I was coming here and I was so excited. Every time I landed in Suvarnabhumi, from the first time, every single time after that, until this last time, I just got a little bit more psyched. Every single time I would come into Bangkok, I'd be like, I'm home, is what I would say to myself. And look at all the whitening cream I can buy. That's like one of the most giant billboards that you see when you first land, right? But yeah, so probably Elite will pick you up and they will take you through the priority lane to get the rubber stamp, if you will. And then you will likely, I believe the Elite Visa Program office is really, once you go through customs effectively, and you may or may not have anything to claim, and they may or may not x-ray your luggage. It's literally that door right before you exit to go out to where, like, the arrivals area is. And so, yeah, so that sounds like I can understand why they would do it that way. How are the islands? Well, I'll tell you what, as far as I know, I'm sure, the doctor will let us know, but man, Hawaii has been really successful. So that's like really cool. Let's all share one of our best stories about Thailand. Now, remember, my mom watches these videos. Okay. But I guess I don't have to display the comments. So, but yeah, it would be interesting. I have so many. Which one you want? That's a great point. God, I have some great Thailand stories. Yeah, indeed. Laugh out loud. I could have gotten an elite visa given how much I've lost in the market. Oh, yeah. No kidding, right? I'm not down too bad right now. I mean, I'm pretty much where I was at when I first came here in November. Obviously, it went up significantly into January, and I thought, oh my God, this is amazing. This is going to happen every month for the rest of my life. The market will never go down. It's only going to go up. And then COVID. Tell me a story, Bobby. Hawaii is hanging in there, similar to Thailand. Minimal tourists for sure. Many hotels still closed, but we don't have as much. Yeah, you're doing actually really well over there. I got a friend of a friend, really, and she's flying back. And I think she was thinking that on August 1st, she's flying back on August 3rd. And the reason she did that is because she believed that she would not have to quarantine for 14 days after August 1st. She's going back to Maui. I don't know if this is any different than where you are. I believe you're in Oahu. But she sounds like she's going to have to quarantine, for 14 days, even though she's flying in after August 1st. So that's my line ID. Ty Dorman 917. Cool, man. Hugh DeWatt. Oh man, thank you. You're a new person here at the Cool Kids table. Welcome, my friend. I hope everyone else welcomed you too, but long before I did. Your comment came in at 9:28, it looks like, and it's 9:35, so I'm not too far behind, but I'm glad you're here. Train to Bangkok stopped by elephant on tracks. I remember seeing that. That was recent, yeah. No rage-filled tantrums. Actually, yeah, Thai shrugged, got out their lunches, fell in love with the Thai people on the spot. This was mid-1980s. And I can tell you, what's funny is because I didn't read the whole thing. I was reading it basically along with you guys. And here's the interesting thing, Hugh, is that that happened recently, actually, is that a train stopped because there were elephant. And, it was almost like a warm, fuzzy story. It wasn't like, oh, my God. And, someone got out a shotgun. And no, it was just like, okay, well, there's an elephant on the tracks. And, there's not a whole lot of food there. So eventually the guy's going to leave. But that was kind of cool. But that is a cool story, man. Thank you very much. Whose line is it anyway? The safety app is like by Glock. It comes in 9 and 45 millimeters. But bumps on the blockchain, your new business. So here's the thing about that is I'm a big fan of the blockchain technologies that allow for effectively 100% reliability. And you could argue that the interface we would have between the user and sort of the 911 call center on the back end, if you will, we would want that to be a contract, right? So you could say, okay, this is how I'll use the blockchain to basically make that interface a 100% reliable, unchangeable thing. Because one of the things we're going to be doing with our streaming video is, unlike some of the other streaming videos that you've probably seen that basically make a cop look horrible or make a cop look good or make a citizen look horrible or make a citizen look in the right and he's being wronged or whatever. And I'm not saying, but there's many of them that, oh yeah, well, by the way, the first 7 seconds of it were actually like a really appropriate exchange until he pulled out a gun and then the video stopped. And that's why the officer put him to the ground or whatever. I'm not saying any, but the point is that it's going to be reliable, 100% reliable data. And so, yeah, I anticipate we will be using the blockchain for that for sure, Robert. 38 people watching and 24 thumbs up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aztec. Appreciate it. Carl says to Damo, I like your preppier mindset. My Dylan 500 loaded was gotten a lot of action lately. Yeah. Arms are for hugging. I do what I'm jealous that you came in the 80s. First time for me was 2003. Yeah, well, I'm jealous that you came in 2003, Jurgen, because I didn't get here until 2013. So, yeah, and my buddy Eddie, who basically, if you guys have heard me say this before, would be the kind of the catalyst for me coming over here. And he started coming here in 2000. So when I came here in 2013, I still thought, kid in a candy store. And, but why can't Gracie get a tramp steamer to come over to Thailand? I'd be lovesick to see if I go out. Yes, Caesar. Well, Caesar and I know each other, by the way. He's here in Bangkok and we hang out occasionally. And he knows how much I really like Gracie. I love Gracie, obviously, but no, I really like her. Like, I really like her in my life. It is an honor. And and a blessing, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world for that reason as well. There's a number of check boxes to why I'm the luckiest guy in the world, but Gracie's definitely one of them. And yeah, trust me, we've tried a whole bunch of things. But the other thing you got to remember too is that one of the considerations is, yes, she could get over here, but could she get back to the Philippines? And or how long could she stay here too? So trust me, there's things in the works, and I'm confident that before the end of the year, if heaven forbid, basically tourists can't come into Thailand by the end of the year, Gracie will absolutely be able to go come over here, and eventually, whether it's the day that she arrives or in less than 60 days after she arrives, she will have a long stay visa. So that'll be cool. 42 up and 24 thumbs. Thank you guys so much. We got 42 people. Guys, I hope you're hitting the thumbs, because if not, I got to tell you, stuck in Florida is going to be like, Hey, Maple Leaf Dave, good to see you, man. I want to book a flight to Thailand. Frustrating not having travel plans in the works. Completely agree. This will drive me nuts not being able to travel. Only thing that keeps me sane. Yeah, I got to tell you. And just so you know, like, one of the things that keeps me sane is talking to you guys. So please come by here and let's talk about how travel is unavailable. So yeah, but I totally get that, man. Quarantine is still in effect until at least September 1st. Yeah, they keep pushing it back about a month. And again, Kenneth, oh my goodness, buddy. Thank you so much, my friend. Like, when we finally all get together at the cool kids table and like we're ordering pizzas and stuff like that, I'm going to be like, nope, trust me. Kenneth's paying for all this. So that's great, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. How to sink a Swedish submarine. Swim down and knock on the door. Ba-dum-bum. That's like a screen door in a submarine. Are Swedish jokes where you're from kind of like Polish jokes like we have in the United States? You know, like, how did the Polish submarine sink? Someone knocked on the door, you know? But that's kind of, trust me, for the love of God, I think you guys know that I'm not making some blanket statement about Polish people. Some of my best friends are Polish. Some of the best sausage is Polish. Mike, stock tip by Jamf. They went public yesterday. It will go up like Zoom. So Jamf, I know them. And let me see what they're at. So they're at 39. And let me see what they started out. I'm usually pretty reluctant to go like the first day of the IPO. If I don't know a whole lot, because they peaked, right? Like, so they slammed into the market and they went up about 15% on the first day. Looks like they opened at 40, and then they only went up to 43. So they went up to just about 9%, peaked at 9%, and then they ended the day. They ended the day effectively the same, below where they opened. They got as low as 39.5. So yeah. So that's cool. I'll have to, I'll look at these guys. Thank you very much for the tip. I totally appreciate it. And I hope the other guys do too. If you have any idea what you believe the price is, the future price is, let me know. Because again, I completely agree with you on Zoom. That was a win. Aztec says to Hugh, yep, that's priceless. The contrast to the West sells you moments just like that. For sure, my friend. For sure. I'm reading Marcus Aurelius, Charles Bukowski, Epictetus. I was going to say Titus, but it's TE. So to pass the time. Stoicism rules in these difficult times. Very nice, man. You're very well read. I don't know if you're well educated. I'm going to default to you are well educated, meaning that you've gotten your pedigree and you've got pieces of paper, but you're certainly well read and obviously intelligent. I mean, the questions and the statements you're making are, I was going to say music to my ears, but that's kind of goofy, right? They add value to the channel, Carl. That's the point. And it adds value to me selfishly, but I believe it also adds value to the channel. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your interaction. Joseph says, I got out of stocks back in 2008, 2009. Now just Forex. Very cool. In metals. Good for you. That's an interesting take on it, Joseph. Right on. Hugh says, to be clear, I was in the military in the 20s. Sorry. I was in the military in my 20s, had to come back to the U.S. and work to be able to afford to retire to Thailand 2 months ago. Congratulations, Hugh. What part you may have already said it, and I apologize if I forget, but what part of Thailand are you in? And I'm honored that you came by here. Welcome to the channel, man. Well worth the effort. Good on you, mate. For sure, my friend. Gilmore Hike says, I'm reading J.K. Rowling and Stephen King. I've never been much of a reader of that sort of thing. I like to read like business books and really, well, business books. I mean, I get a lot of the things. I mean, everyone's pretty much read the 4-Hour Workweek by now. And when it came out, I read it and it was very relevant. It's not so much relevant today in the sense that you have to take a very overarching view of that book. And the best takeaway, hopefully, for most of you is that he does not work. He's not saying that you only work 4 hours a week and then just goof off the rest of it. He's just saying that 4 hours of the week, he does stuff that he doesn't necessarily want to do, which he labels as work. He works his ass off. He does podcasts. He does a whole bunch of stuff. He does appearances. He does that. But anyway, so that and many others, Good to Great. I mean, the standards, that are kind of like in the leadership, motivational leadership roles. So Carl asks to Joseph, do you do a lot of Forex trading? I've dabbled, but feel more comfortable in equities. Price pressure momentum is my momentum strategy. How far behind? There you go, guys. Missy's back. Outstanding. Didn't the Fed just put a bunch of high power people? I don't know anything about that, actually. Are you supposed to buy high and sell low, or buy low and sell high? Said the wealthiest man here. Mike, how much financial monitoring do you do before pulling the trigger? Very little. Joseph says, yes, every day trading. Carl says to go just adopt a socialist mindset for each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Dude, you're funny. MedTech says, yeah, I'm worried. I begin to doubt that I may return to Thailand this year. It's not looking great. For those of you that have the ability to come in and have reservations, meaning that you've got, B visa or work permit, or you've got a, elite visa, or you've got residency here, or you've got, or you're a Thai national for that matter, right? I mean, but it's it's not. I agree. It's not looking great. I mean, November, December, who knows? There was a major organized crime bust. No really well-known people, but it was real life Hawaii 5-0 moment. I used to love Hawaii 5-0. I mean, I watched the original, right, with my buddies when we would like get home from junior high, I think. And maybe it was high school. No, I think it was junior high. And then the new one was pretty decent, but it wasn't as good. Obviously, it was a gigantic advertisement for Chevrolet. But anyway. You're making me think of the Swedish chef from the Muppets. Yes, says Kenneth. Absolutely. You forget. See, it's so funny, Aztec. I was just going to seriously make a comment about that. See, I was like, see, Kenneth, you don't need to pay me, or you don't need to pay the channel. You don't need to pay the Cool Kids Table. I'm glad you're making comments there. And that Aztec just throws you under the bus. No, that's totally awesome, man. I'm glad. I love when you guys start, giving each other the dozens. I'm continuing to buy in Apple when it turns down, like today. How much did it turn down today? I have Apple. I mean, it seems like a fairly, well, I mean, I know why I have it, but Damo says in Australia, we make jokes about New Zealanders and it usually involves them interacting. But yeah, it's always, I mean, it's fun. AMD stock's been very good to me. AMD stock, it was stellar. I should have kept it. Bought it when it was 15. What's it at now? Higher, I'm sure. Well, I mean, everything that I would have bought is higher. Because well, I buy tech stocks. Yeah, so it's at 60. So that would have been pretty good. 4x. Whoops. Should I held? That's okay. Why do Kiwis wear gum boots? Yeah, I've heard of the rivalry of you two guys. Why? Here we go. Everyone's asking for the sheep's hind legs, but God, you guys, my mom watches this. No, she kind of doesn't always watch it. I got to watch myself. Some folks don't get my perverted sense of humor. Nah, I mean, sarcasm and cynicism are, it's at least a requirement to understand it, I think, to be part of the Cool Kids Table, because otherwise you're going to be like, oh my God, I was so offended. It's like, no, dude, I was joking around. That's how we get to know each other better, right? So, Joseph, thank you so much for the super sticker, buddy. I really appreciate it. I'm honored. You've been a long time guy, and so that's very, very much appreciated. And as you guys know, I've shared with you before, for $2, I can have an amazing meal from the chicken lady down the street. I get my chicken and sticky rice, and I am living the dream. Apple is down 17, down 5%. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, no, yes, a good time to buy. Good for you, Rackman, and good for you, Carl. Joseph says he has it because he's amazing. Side trip life. First trip to Thailand, taxi stuck in traffic on the way to the airport. Guy said, my pin and I explained what it means. I can get upset or, but it won't change the traffic jam. Bingo. Thank you very much, Side Trip Life. You're great, man. If you guys have not seen his channel, and the reason I say that is because he gets like 18,000 views on a video and has like 6,000 subs. It's very amazing. And I would submit his watch hours are very high because he gives these, the reason that, so remember how I was saying, like, there's guys that I watch, like what trips I'm going to take next. Side Trip Life is absolutely one of them. He was just down in, well, he did kind of like a road trip down the coast, and there were some places, and the neat thing, and he kept joking about it when he like puts the text in his video, is like, he would pull over to the beach. He's like, okay, I'm going to this spot, right? But it was a great example, like a living example of, it's not the destination, it's the journey. But I would submit, actually, it's both. I mean, for me, it's the journey, but it's the destination along the way to the journey. And so, Side Trip Live, I'm really stoked that you came by. And I'm looking forward to the beta test, my friend. I think I know you guys may have seen what he put up there as a video. I actually, Side Trip, if you don't know, I showed that as like a break, like I was taking a break and I played that video. So hopefully you got some beta tester guys from that, but that was a while ago. Oh, and then of course you had the music underneath, so I got a copyright strike, so I had to go in and remove it. So I apologize for doing that. I didn't realize that you probably pay for the music that you use. So my bad, but that's okay. Hopefully it helped you. AMD 64 now. Yeah, that's AMD 64. Nice. I want to make a correction. Last time, Susie and the Banshees was mentioned. Okay. And I wrote, if you can't give me love, I was thinking of Susie Quattro. Oh my God, dude. Talk about it. Unknown, but I totally know it. Cornbread's up 10%, says Hike. No big whoop. Alabama's rocking the cornbread. Todd says to the doctor, that is the show I thought of when I see the news briefing on it. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Side Trip Life, folks. Absolutely. Yeah, he's fantastic, man. You're really, really good. Kenneth, you're phenomenal, my friend. Thank you so much. Little commercial. Hacienda Soy Chayapun. Nick is brilliant. Think you would really like a good friend of mine. Very cool. Hacienda Soy Chayapun. Okay, cool. Very good, man. I know if you guys don't know what he's talking about one of the sort of more common soys in Pattaya. And so I will definitely check that out, dude, because I will cruise down there. I mean, there's every now and then I think to myself, like today, Friday, I think, you know what, I'm going to get up early and I'm going to take the bus down to Pattaya and I'm going to go to that pretty big market they have at the end of Soy Bukaw as it hits Pattaya South Road. And there's a really, really good market there. And there's tons of stuff. And there's really, really inexpensive clothes. And I need like some shorts, like some cargo shorts or whatever. And because it's Pattaya and because there's so many foreigners, they actually have sizes that fit me. Now, I'm not gigantic, but I have a 36 waist. And so a lot of times, like if I go into the malls around here, they're like, oh, we don't have anything over 34 because basically none of the locals are as fat as you. Oh, Pumpui, Mike, Pumpui. Okay. But anyway, absolutely. Hey, Kenneth, you could, whatever blushes. Is that why you never show your face on the camera? Because you blush so much? I mean, Nick, I met Nick last September at the Hacienda. Really awesome. Hey, Rupert, good to see you, man. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Vlogified is coming. Very cool, man. Very cool. That's good. Yeah, that's his new beta test because of it's kind of a concatenation, I would submit, of a lot of different video channels and that sort of thing. So I'm really looking forward to it. That's kind of cool. If you guys don't know, Rike, who many of you know, he's got everything-asia.com, everything-asia.com, and that'll give you sort of a again, a concatenation of a lot of Asia videos, but not the least of which, of course, is Thailand. He has a YouTube channel, NDTVI. Oh, that's right. I forgot that that's Nick's first name. Yeah. Yeah, I started watching him when he first came out, and he was living at the base. I don't know if he's still there. I haven't watched a lot of his videos lately, but I like him. It's just that I have a finite number of attention units, right? So it's like I can only watch so many. And then they pile up, and then they queue up, and then after they're like 3 or 4 weeks old, I'm just like, all right, let me get to their next one. Let me get to their new one. And so anyway, that's right, Nick. Yeah. NDTVI. That is a really, actually very cool channel. He does some great interviews. He's got a great attitude. And I haven't watched him in a while, but my judgment of him there for a while was that he was really helping the local community. And I was like, that's kind of cool, man. So that was good. Apple buy at $360, not before. Okay. Do you like AC/DC? I love AC/DC, Kenneth. And I'll tell you what, I would play him on this channel, but AC/DC, if you guys have ever heard of like Metallica and the way that they deal with copyright, they are all about lawyers and copyright infringement on the Metallica songs. AC/DC is completely banned globally. So meaning that there are some artists that I will get a copyright strike from, for example, and I won't be able to play them like in the US or whatever, but in other countries I can play it and there's no big deal. I won't get any money, but they will. You put AC/DC on YouTube as a YouTuber and your video is they won't publish it. They won't be like, okay, well, you're using our copyrighted music and all the revenue that gets generated we'll give to, that artist. They're just like, no, your video is not becoming public. But I've loved them from the beginning. I don't know if I started started following them from their first album. But I mean, Back in Black was huge when it first came out when I was a kid. And then Highway to Hell and all of those that I got around. I mean, but yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm bummed I never saw them in concert. But those guys are really, really good, really, really talented. And I mean, you want to talk about songs that are known the world over. You could play Shook Me All Night Long anywhere. I'll tell you right now, when I was DJing in nightclubs, I don't care whether it was disco night, whether it was like indie night, whether it was alternative night or whatever, I could play Shook Me All Night Long and the dance floor would flood. And I bet you could do that even today here in Bangkok, even though EDM is like the thing. Aztec says in 1 month to Kenneth, Hotspur will receive his credit card statement. What the? What did I do? How drunk was I when I found this crazy live my ass off guy? Like sent me a message, Mike, dude, just save all the money. I'm coming over. I promise. We'll go hang out with Nick and buy him a pizza the size of my house. Kenneth, you're great, man. I really appreciate the support. It's just, I'm honored by it, my friend. Carl says when he was in Chiang Mai in early 2018, every expat was extolling Bitcoin, Ethereum since it crashed. Often wonder about those guys. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a flash in the pan thing. Many people got rich. I made some money. I also lost some money. But what I discovered through the whole process is that Bitcoin is ridiculous, even though it's like, the most popular one, certainly, and the one that has the most market share. But the speed of the transactions is gross, and it's very inefficient. But it is it's the truth, right? I mean, you can rely on the blockchain, you can rely on the ledger to be correct, right? And so for me, it allowed me, and I think that was probably 2018 when I was into it. Gracie and I were down in Coconut Island in Phuket for a while, and like 3 or 4 days in a row, I watched a bunch of videos. Altcoin Buzz, by the way, was one of my more favorite YouTube channels, and they're out of San Diego, by the way. And so those guys are pretty cool. But I really fell in love with the technology. I invested in a local company in San Diego that is a cryptocurrency. Well, they're more of a blockchain company. They do have a coin, but they don't. It's not. I mean, and I'm trying to think if they're on the Ethereum blockchain. I don't know if they are. I think maybe they designed their own blockchain, which was really sort of weird. I thought, man, if you're that is a real commitment to do your own as opposed to like hovering on someone else's. But yeah, I find it to be very interesting. Have one Bitcoin, but I mined it back in the day. Good for you, man. That's cool. What's Bitcoin at now? 9,900 or something like that. It's almost 10,000, right? What did it get up to back in 2018? 22,000, 23,000, something like that. Just passing through between work and sleep and no cell reception. Have a great one all. Aaron, honored you came by, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you're having an amazing day on the way to sleep. Carl says to Aztec, I wish I understood it better. When I got divorced in 2011, I had looked at buying Bitcoin to shelter some assets, but didn't. If I had, I'd be a multi-million dollar. Oh, absolutely. So I first saw Bitcoin when it was 1-to-1. And I thought to myself, I should just put $100 of this. But I mean, it was such a pain in the ass. I mean, you had to do like ACH transfers to get it into the wallet. And then and then there weren't really any hardware wallets. So you had to like pray to God that you wouldn't lose the key. But yeah, I'll never forget one of the students at our tech support center. He's like, "Oh, Mike, you should definitely buy into Bitcoin." I'm like, "What's he talking about? I'm not going to waste $100." Yeah, amazing, right? Amazing. I want to get to this one: Thailand Elite Visa Easy Access Membership or Elite Privileged Access Membership. Which one would be better? Well, now again, that depends on you. It depends what you want. When I was looking at it, I was just looking at it as a long-term visa. I didn't care about golf. I didn't care about the limo rides. I didn't care about massage. I didn't really care about anything else. I just wanted someone to deal with my visa, and I wanted to not have to I don't necessarily mind doing the 90-day reporting. I'm hoping the next time I do it, then it will be available online. It was kind of a weird scenario here because my initial 90-day reporting was in May. But of course, starting March 26th, they had the amnesty until July 31st, which now has been extended to September 26th. So my visa's not expired, but my 90-day report expired in May. And I thought, all right, well, fine. It's good until July 31st. So if you saw from my video, I cruised over, when was that? Last week? And did my 90-day report. And it's easy. It takes the day, but I have days. Like, that's what I'm over here to do stuff. And, if I get one thing accomplished every day, I feel like that's awesome. And one of the things that I really wanted to do yesterday, but man, it was hot and I was in pants and because I was over at the embassy, or 2 days ago rather. And I had jeans on, and that's like such a bad pants to wear in Southeast Asia. But I just like grabbed a pair of jeans, put on a nice shirt, and went over to the embassy. I didn't wear a jacket. It's just simply too hot for that. The last time I went to immigration, I wore a jacket, but this last time anyway, because of where the embassy was, it's right near, there's many that are over near Wireless and that are over near Lumpini. And as you guys know, I like Lumpini Park. I really wanted to do a live stream the other day from Lumpini Park, but man, it was hot. And I was like, I just cannot find the place to cool down. So, hey, good morning from Germany, Mariano. Good to see you, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Aztec says one Bitcoin is worth like 13,000 Australian. So yeah, you never know, right? AC/DC saw them at the Boston Garden. Oh, Missy, that must have been awesome. What year was that? Wow, that would have been good because, what's it called now? It's called the Gillette Center or something. I can't remember what they changed the name of it to. Probably to the Cleveland Indians. Guten Tag. Down to earth Nick is. I completely agree with you, Ken. Completely agree with you, Kenneth. Nah, I'm committed. 200,000 are dead. Yeah, what is, oh, God, I just forgot his name. He's the security guy. John McAfee. Yeah, what is his phrase? If it doesn't hit $1 million, I'll chop my off. How long are you going to stay? If I had the money now, I would do the 20-year. Yeah, well, for sure, right? Because, once you get it, it's kind of like set it and forget it. And, the money's gone, if you will. But, again, you're buying something. You're front-loading the purchase of something for the next 20 years. And so it's like, man, that's totally worth it. I don't have to deal with this anymore. Carl says, Mike, check out John Butler Trio. Aussie dude who rocks. John Butler Trio. I think I've heard of them. I absolutely will. Thank you, Carl. That's cool, man. Played at AC/DC so much when the kids were little. They know all the words to pretty much all the songs. Absolutely. Good for you. That's cool that your kids know it. See, I told you guys, she's totally cool. I think Kenneth rang the bell. Nice. Joseph says, I sent an email. Good. Absolutely. Great, man. Let me make sure I got it. Boom. If you mean me, I did not get an email from you yet, but that does not. Whoa, what's this? Hold on. You sent. Oh, I'm like, PayPal, what's this? No, I sent a PayPal payment to 20 Seconds in Thailand for membership into his membership thing just to kind of help Rob out. It's only 35 baht. It was more to see the user experience. To decide if I want to throw my membership up there, I brought that up a while ago. One of you guys said, yeah, I would totally do your membership. It's like a monthly fee. Because I guess because of the live streams, I get a lot of concurrent hours of people watching. And so therefore, even though I don't have 30,000 subscribers, they're allowing me to do memberships. But I'm on the fence on it. And obviously I haven't turned it on yet because I don't really want to offer something extra just to people who give me money. I don't think it's a bad model for many people, but for me, it just doesn't fit right. I'm just like, no. I kind of want to give what I give, and that's what makes me feel better. And then, I don't want to have to do twice as much as I'm doing right now. I want to do 100% of what I'm doing right now and really enjoy it. And so anyway, so for me, the membership, I don't know. I haven't turned it on, but for Rob, I dig it. I actually like it a lot better than Patreon. And and if you see the scroll at the bottom, you'll maybe see that URL of buymeasmoothie.com. So one of my buddies pinged me and he goes, oh, dude, there's this thing called buymeacoff.ee. So and it's also buymeacoffee.com. And you can set up, your own thing. So it's buymeacoffee.com/live my ass off, right? And just out of curiosity, I thought, and I changed what it says inside there to buy me a coffee to the word smoothie because you can update your page, right? And then just out of curiosity, I typed in, buymeasmoothie.com. I'm like, oh, I wonder who has that. I don't wonder what's on in there. And it was available. So I'm like, oh, man, for $7, I'm totally buying buymeasmoothie.com. So that just redirects to buy me a coffee / live my ass off. And so anyway, so if you have any desire to buy me a smoothie, because if you guys know anything about Super Chat, the amount of money that goes to Google is approximately 30%. Whereas if you buy me a smoothie, the amount of money that ends up into the channel effectively is a significantly higher portion than that. So Kenneth says he's got a guitar in his wall and pictures in the living room for AC/DC. Good for you, man. That's like totally cool. Well, hell's bells, Kenneth. Yeah, absolutely right. That whole album, Back in Black, is giant. I wonder how many they sold of that. What if they sold like 5 million? To Joseph Pinto, congrats. Now let's see if you can master receiving them. Ha ha. Ba-boom, boom, boom. Carl, right on. Absolutely, my friend. Rock on, buddy. Here we go. I see Rob's here. Oh, Rob, your membership just dinged me. I just gave you a whole 35 baht, dude. Don't spend it all in one place. Oh, okay. Bitcoin hit 26. Nice. Yeah, I'm grateful upon Bitcoin too. It is, however, much easier to buy it now than when it discovered. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just go to Coinbase, right? And blam, you just throw your money in there and you can go pretty much anywhere from there. I wish it would crash to nothing again. I definitely grab a few. Yeah, I know, right? That was the thing too. I mean, when it was one Bitcoin to $1, I definitely had $100, right? It's like, why didn't I, but I probably, anyway, it doesn't matter. I didn't. Geez, YouTube, let you do a live stream again? Robin, I'm not even wearing pants. Dude, we're so doing a live stream. Dude, when I get down there, I don't know if it's going to be the first day, but the day after that, if it's the first day and there's water everywhere, we might need to see if I can get a waterproof bag, one of those really thick, good ones for my cell phone, and we'll potentially do a live stream cruising around Kamala, getting soaking wet. Hello, Lob. I like you, Lob. I wait you. 35 watching, 25 thumbs up. At least 10 people are not being very cool. Well, okay, as long as we don't have 10 thumbs down. That just crushes my ego. Always stoked that you give us the update, Stuck. You're great. If ever you want to see Norway Fjords, I hope I'm pronouncing that. You have a free place to stay. No problem. Oh, Kenneth, you're awesome, man. Thank you very much. I've considered cruising up that way. In fact, I have Estonia e-residency because I saw that as a good option. And so, of course, that part of the world, it's a big chunk. I get that Norway is not Estonia. But I've had really, really good business relationships with guys from the Netherlands. And so I've definitely wanted to check out that area. And again, I know the Netherlands is not Norway, but thank you very much. I'm honored, Kenneth. You're just, man, thank you so much for coming by the channel today. You're blowing me away. I'm blushing, Side Trip Life. Yeah, absolutely. They'll let anyone stream these days, for the love of God. Saw them in 1990. Oh, God, that's huge. So in 1990, I was a mess. And then in 1991, I literally do not remember the entire year. I have absolutely no idea what occurred in 1991 in my life or anything. I was completely numb the entire year. But The Who came to San Diego during that time, and I went and saw them, I'm told. And I'm probably certain that I enjoyed myself. I don't know, but never saw AC/DC. Gold is going through the roof. Yeah, that's good. I mean, if you bought it low and it's selling it high, right? So there you go. Morning, Rob. Rob, is this morning or is this like late night yet? You been to bed, buddy? Good morning, Rob. I did get Bitcoin for one, sold it 1 year later. And 1 year later, so you probably made like, you probably made 100, right? That would be pretty good. I got a buddy who bought it when it was about 100 and sold it when it was like 650. So, you know, I mean, that doesn't hurt. But hey, Rob, how's the weather down there? Good to see you. Yeah, that'll be another thing to check out. I'm going to be down there. So what time do I get there? So I get there at like 11, I think. I think my flight arrives at 11. Oh, and I got that taxi for $3.99, dude. That's just like amazing taxi deal into Kamala. So good morning, Dave. Aloha from Hawaii. I'm a big fan of SGOL and New Mount Mining, Caesarean. Did I just say Caesarean? My God. I think with low petroleum costs and low wage costs, mining stocks are more volatile, but getting upside for what it's worth. You have PayPal. Are you asking me, Joseph, or are you giving me a hard time because I have PayPal? Yeah, I do. It's paypal.com/amazing mics. It's actually in the description. But again, now there's buymeasmoothie.com. So so let's use that one up because I need to justify the $750 I'm going to spend every year on the silly domain registration. We have spectacular clouds yesterday, but I know it was so cool, wasn't it? Oh, man, the weather here has just been, I mean, we're not getting enough rain, I would submit, and I really wish we'd have a lot more energetic rain. We had a little bit of that this morning, and there was a lightning crack, basically so loud, it like shook my, but it only happened the one time, and I'm like, okay, bring it. I'm like ready for the next one, man. And it's like, no, just tease me. Kind of like lame rain in San Diego. It's like this drizzle, no commitment. Not a fan. Mike, do you have an OnlyFans account? I don't, and I don't know about OnlyFans, actually. Rob, do you know about that? OnlyFans. I typed in onlyfans.com. It might not be .com. Looks like it is. Sign up to make money and interact with your fans. Wow. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. If it adds value, I will absolutely jump in on there. Interesting, but I have physical gold to worry about. Yeah. So that's why he's got all these gold. It looks like Mr. T walking around Bangkok, right? He's got all this gold around his chain. Around his neck. 50 million copies of Back in Black. Oh my God, that's awesome, dude. That's really great. I have 0.15 Bitcoin losing. Yeah, I think I have that much too. Although did I move it all into Bitcoin? I think I have like, I can look at my wallet right now. I think I have like last time I think it was like $950 worth. What's that? Side Trip Life loves my comment. Oh my Buddha. How you doing there? Anyway. I bought the CD and then the album again on Apple Music. Yeah, I mean, I bought it in all the different formats, right? I have the waterproof phone bags to the phone. Dude, sweet. We are so walking around there in thin white T-shirts. Oh, bring it. It is going to happen, Lob. Sober group of us in Thailand. Yeah, I have groups I hang out with. Absolutely. We do it anonymously, so I can't necessarily tell you where it is. No, sorry. I can't tell you who goes there. That's how you know that works. If you know how that works. But yeah, I love it. I love you guys. Stock says my friend had to talk me into going to the Back in Black concert. I didn't want to see a Bon Scott wannabe. Yeah, but he was pretty darn close, dude. I mean, it wasn't like the, David Lee Roth replaces, right? I mean, I would submit that the Bon Scott wannabe, pretty darn good. Morning. Very good. So you actually slept. Good for you. Look at you having adult hours. Good boy. I saw AC/DC at Irvine Meadows back in '86. Fly on the Wall. Oh, dude, that was a great album, wasn't it? Yeah, that was really good. Man, I am missing something, dude. I am absolutely missing something. I'm sorry. I'm not scrolling fast enough here. I need to get a 100. I may take a break. I don't know if I have a video to show during the break. You guys got any videos that you want to see that that are not that don't have any copyrighted music in them? What was the one that I was going to share before? I can't remember. I think I may have a thank you video, but I think many of you have seen it already. So anyway, Rob, 20 seconds. Have some cool massages with Kev, his family youth coach in Tottenham. R.I.P. Kev, gentlemen. Rob, absolutely, Kenneth. Yeah. Rob obviously spent a significant amount of time with Kevin. But the neat thing was, I believe, is that the first time I met Kev was the first time I believe Rob met Kev. I don't know that for a fact, but I believe that's what happened. Rob met me up at Suvarnabhumi. We cruised down to Pattaya and hung out with him for a little bit, which was great. Guy's so cool. Summer storms in Hingham were amazing. I know, right? And what was crazy is it would get warm and it would get so hot. What would we do, Missy? All the kids would run outdoors when it rained and we'd splash in the silly puddles because, it's like 100 degrees outside, right? And it's like raining. God, that was so much fun. I don't know if that occurs any longer. I would submit when it rains, regardless of the energetic rain that comes down. I think they get out I think they start gaming more. Hotspur agree. Miss life in Pattaya with Kev. Yep. Hello, people. Kev in Thailand here. That was totally wrong. I know. What kind of sin only lasts 20 seconds? Ha, ha, ha. OnlyFans is for people to sell sexy pictures. Okay, well, that's really. Oh, so were you just giving me a hard time if I had it? Yeah, clearly it's not for me. Become a member on Lob's channel and you get to find out. Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. Good lead, buddy. Good lead. Like OnlyFans is women selling sex. Oh, really? Seriously? Oh, that's kind of funny. Well, good. You got me, dude. Going to close that tab. Not something I'm working on later on today. No need. Doctor, I had Back in Black on an 8-track, then cassette, then CD, now on Apple. Never had the album, but I have other albums by then. So, yes, actually the first time I listened to it was on Rob Moriarty, who was the same age as me, same grade. His older brother, Joey Moriarty, I believe was his name. He had it on 8-track. I believe he had it on 8-track, and we would listen to that. It wasn't 8-track, just a ridiculous design. It was so ugly. It's like the fast forward button. It was just so anticlimactic using that silly thing. Guys, I was just joking about the OnlyFans. The cat sarcasm. No. If you had done like a smiley face, like a wink at the end, I would have gotten it. But actually, to be fair, I appreciate the nudge. I like stuff like that, dude. It makes me laugh. My first time seeing AC/DC was in Frankfurt, Germany. Oh, man, that must have been cool. No, we know you were joking. Just Mike didn't know about it. Yeah, see, because I was ignorant to it. So you're probably like, oh, God, he's going to go to Mike. Have you ever heard of amihotornot.com? Yeah, absolutely go there. It's about people selling charcoal briquettes. And you determine whether the charcoal briquettes are like really hot or really not. Just go there right now. In fact, bring it up as a screen share and we'll go to amihotornot.com, Mike. Think only Bad Michael Jackson album is over Back in Black. Oh, yeah, that's true, huh? Yeah, you sold a ton of those. Fly on the Wall, amazing. Agreed. See, Kenneth? You're rocking it all the way from Norway, baby. Do a Karen Freakout video. So many to choose from. Nice. Ever thought of moving to Hawaii? Yes, I absolutely thought about it. I lived in Cha'am for the first basically 6 weeks. Gracie and I lived in Cha'am for about the first 6 or 7, maybe 6 weeks, maybe 5, 6 weeks. We were in Thailand. And so we stayed in Bangkok for like 2 days. And then from there, we went down to Cha'am and lived there for because we had a 1 week, just over 1 week Airbnb at this one place. And then we literally moved like across the street, which was like 50 meters more in this condo. In fact, I think if you look at my Facebook profile picture. It's a picture of Gracie and I in front of that place in Cha Am. So we live down there. So I tell you that because Cha Am, pretty close to Hua Hin. So from Cha Am, you can get down to Hua Hin. There's many, you just like literally walk on the road and go like this, and then a minivan will pick you up, and 100 baht later, blam, you're down there. And we went down to Hua Hin to like do things because they had a big mall, and I needed to go to like an official AIS store, and they only had like kind of the, I don't know, franchise type AIS little booths and stuff in Cha Am. And so we went down to Hua Hin. We went to the mall there, and then we went to the beach and walked around and kind of checked it out. And I didn't like it. Since then, we then took the train down and stayed overnight there, like 2 or 3 nights, and kind of got a little more of a feel for like the village, if you will. I call it the village just because everything's like kind of close together, and there's like, you know, bars and restaurants and that sort of thing and hotels. So we stayed there, walked around, had a fine time, went to the night market that's every night there, which is cool because it's only Wednesday nights in Cha Am. And but everywhere we went, there were like old white people everywhere. And I was like, no wonder there's so many golf courses here. Oh my God. And I just felt like I was in Florida. I did not feel, because it's a big contrast from Cha Am, because Cha Am is where the Thais vacation. And on the weekends, it gets kind of busy because they don't all drive. Many drive down from Bangkok, right? And I just love Cha Am. I mean, the majority of the signage there is only in Thai. Yes, the major signs like this is the road and everything. But I just dug it. I really liked Cha Am. It was a lot more chill. And again, Monday through Friday, you know, even like sort of, certainly Monday through Thursday, it was very quiet. But this was in November, December that we were down there. But anyway, my impression of Hua Hin is it's like, nah, there's too many gringos, man. They didn't want to hang out there. I was super impressed with Brian Johnson, and it was a great concert. I was very happy I went. I bet stuck. That probably was awesome. Missy says you don't have we don't have the thunderstorms in Portland, but we're always out and about in the rain. Umbrellas are for wussies. Yeah, true. Believe it or not, I carry one pretty frequently around here because if it rains, my phone will get pummeled. And I'd rather not have that. Oh, look at that. Someone bought me a coffee. This is kind of neat. This is my first thank you. Let's see who did this. Joe, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Ah, dude, you're so cool. And it's buy me a smoothie, right? So that's cool. I wish I could change the logo, right? Because I mean, it's just a forward. But anyway, thank you very much. That's really neat. I hope it was. We'll have to see. Help us make this app better. Okay. I'll have to see how much I end up getting from that. I don't know what the percentage say. I didn't really kind of review it, but yeah, it seemed kind of cool. It seemed pretty easy, right, Joe? So yeah. 8-track, just awesome. Indeed, dude. Indeed. I mean, the fidelity was just so lackluster. I have 800 CDs, hate to trash them, but they're worthless now. So Carl, get this, right? So when I sold my house, which was about 6 months before I sold my house, then moved to Coronado and was renting a smaller place. But before I sold my house, I had to get rid of stuff, right? So I like gave away furniture, and I knew that I was going to be moving. I wanted to move into like furnished places. Because I was like, no, I'm going to travel. I didn't know what that looked like yet. I had yet to come to Thailand. Anyway, so I had so many CDs that I don't know where you live, Carl, but where I lived in California, right? They have those pretty high, like you can get the big ones, 5-foot high trash barrels, right? The machine comes and it like puts the arm around it and then it like rotates it back and then it dumps the trash. I filled 3 of those with CDs that I just threw away because I had ripped most of them. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to take these with me. You know, I'd already moved to that had already now been my 3rd house that I had moved my vinyl to. And the cool thing about the vinyl is I sold the vinyl to some guy that really appreciated it. He was like a DJ. He loved the effects. So that was neat. And I got like however much $100 I got for all my vinyl. But the CDs, I'm like, this is just and many of them I got for free because I was in radio, right? So, I mean, it's, free T-shirts and all the CDs you can eat when you're working in radio. So dead shows were clean. Okay, good to know. I never really got into them. I don't know why. I just didn't like I don't know. I mean, the melodies or whatever. It just wasn't for me. We don't want any of the videos you have on OnlyFans, Mike. Deal. Absolutely. Damn, oh, nice to see you today, man. Right on. Stuck says, I have over 1,000 records, but most of my favorite ones burnt up in my house in 96. Isn't that the drag? I work with a guy, Patrick. He's really awesome. and he's really into like high quality audio. And so a lot of the music that he listens to, he's also kind of a collector. He's really into alternative music. So he and I really liked a lot of the same bands from like the 80s and 90s and stuff. But he says that he has like an entire wall in his house of just vinyl. And I think he said he double insulated the wall because I guess it's a south facing wall. So it got more sun, so more heat. So he didn't want the vinyl, the records to warp. So yeah, well, today you got a new friend. Not bad, is it? Absolutely not, Kenneth. You're great, man. I mean, again, just the interaction, I love it, and I'm honored by the Kroner. Thank you so much. I've never gotten Kroner. See, this is great, man. This is like I'm getting more worldly. Like, subscribe, share, tell your friends. Again, if you liked it, please tell your friends. If you disliked it, please tell me. I'm at work, so I have lots of time to watch YouTube. Absolutely. They're getting their money's worth, right? You're like, listen, man, I'm in a better mood. I'm a lot more productive if you let me watch this YouTube channel. You pull this away from me. Absolutely. I'm working at 40%, man. I guess I'm very old. I had Big Brother and in the holding company on 4-track. Nice. And a 4-track player in my truck. Very old. Very old. That's classic, dude. You can still rep them to other formats. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And in fact, I just set up it was pretty easy, really. It is the coding. It was in Visual Basic. But so you put a CD in and then immediately it went to CDDB and downloaded like all the information, all the text information. And then immediately started ripping it and then, to MP3. And then so I literally, all I had to do is put a CD in, it would do all that. And I have it on MP3 and then it would eject it when it was done. So. Carl says the stuck dude. My condolences. My dad had over 2,000 records in the day. Sold them with the house he sold. Wish I knew now what they'd be worth. He was a huge jazz and blues aficionado. That's cool, man. That's great. Yeah, I mean, you always sort of look back on that, and I mean, I had a ton of pictures too. I threw away a ton of pictures. I'm like, what am I gonna? It could because they had moved from house to house to house to garage to attic to basement. And I was like, these are neat, I guess. But like, I mean, and the process of throwing them away, quite frankly, I reflected nostalgically on the experience that I was having at the time. Not the least was one of the pictures that Missy and I took when we were at the San Diego Wild Animal Park. And I think I sent that to her and showed it to her, so that's good, but I still have it in my mind. I still have it in memory. If I owned the physical picture, would my life be more fulfilling? Would it be better right now? I don't know. I mean, I have the memory, right? So I know it's a tough call. It's different for everybody. That's for sure. Missy says, do you have Starbucks? I hate their coffee. My BIL is a vice president there. Barf. So yes, so Starbucks is the worst coffee. McDonald's has infinitely better coffee. There are Starbucks everywhere over here, Missy. There are 7-Elevens everywhere. There are a lot of Starbucks over here. And they're probably, I don't know, Rob, if you're still there, would you say this is true? They're probably the highest density of coffee shops. Because like Black Mountain Coffee, you see quite a bit. Tim Hortons, you don't see hardly any of. Dunkin' Donuts, you see occasionally, but they're always a fast grab and go thing. There's no seats. There's no like experience. Like there's no free Wi-Fi. There's just like, 3 or 4 like panels of Dunkin' Donuts, and then they have, the coffee behind. But yeah, I think Starbucks are probably the most prolific coffee shop over here. And agreed, the coffee is totally bad. But it's popular, and of course, they don't really sell coffee. They sell milkshakes, right? I mean, nobody. And it's a status thing too. That's the other thing too. That it's infinitely more of a status thing over here. You'll see girls like I see girls on the metro, right, on the BTS, on the subway, basically. And instead of holding a purse, they have a Starbucks bag, and they use it until it wears out, and then they probably go back and buy a coffee, and then use that Starbucks bag because it's rather than Louis Vuitton, I've got a Starbucks one. Carl says, Rock, when I did at one point before streaming, Flack was my friend. Absolutely. That compression scheme. I get it. Please tell me what you pay. You better buy me a smoothie or YouTube. You better buy me a smoothie on YouTube. I will. I absolutely will, Joseph. That's great, man. That's totally cool. Aloha, everyone. Time to visit my little Thai bar here in Honolulu for a bite to eat and maybe an adult beverage. Doctor, thank you so much for coming by. I'm honored, man. Thank you for being one of the regulars here at the Cool Kids table. Stuck says to Carl, like with a lot of collectibles, vinyl isn't worth as much as it used to be because of the much availability on the internet. For sure. Napster changed everything. I found so many songs that I could not find on vinyl. When Napster came out, I was stoked, man. That was great. First car to play fact player. And again, yeah, absolutely. I get that. Yes, indeed. Always missed them because they had great 70s tapes. Ah, good point. Good point, man. That's absolutely true. First car I remember my folks having had one too. Only reason I knew what they are. Yeah, I agree, man. It's cool to reflect back on this stuff, right? Carl says, I think when you have to throw nostalgic things away, it reminds us of our short time on the planet and mortality. Yeah, maybe that was it. Maybe I was just like, gotta find it. Amazon coffee. Oh, yeah, that's true. So Amazon coffee, if you guys don't know, it's not Amazon.com, right? It's kind of like, the symbol of it, if you will, is kind of like a forest, kind of like, the Amazon River, right? Anyway, so they started out, they're owned by PTT, which is basically a gas station over here. Like Mobil or Shell or whatever, but is the most prolific. Anyway, they started putting these coffee shops in the PTT gas stations. And then they said, people buy a ridiculous amount of coffee and overpay at Starbucks. And for the most part, Amazon actually is my favorite coffee shop. And their prices, I would say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Rob, but I think they're about 50%. I think it's about 50% of the cost for kind of a very similar beverage at Amazon. But I love Amazon coffee, and they give you free internet for at least, I want to say 2 hours, on your receipt, which is okay. And it's usually decent internet. It's usually like AIS or True or something like that. Aztec says to Missy, Starbucks is just as horrible in Thailand. Yeah. Spoiler alert, if you come over here, the Starbucks is just as lousy. And it's more expensive. It's like a lot more expensive, like 30% more expensive. I think I got a grande double shot caramel macchiato, and it was like 290 baht, which is like $9. I mean, it's just like, I don't know, maybe it wasn't that much, but it felt like it was that much, meaning that's my memory of it. Stock says to MedTech, I appreciate it, brother, but honestly, I quit collecting them because I know I won't be able to take them with me when I'm at. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and for me too, it was like, okay, I'm going to move over here with three pieces of luggage. Like, that's it. Now I've since bought, stuff, right? Didn't have this microphone and this mic stand with me. Obviously, couldn't just throw that in the overhead bin. So I have stuff here because I have a residence here, right? But yeah, it's like, it's kind of neat, but it's not really. I don't know. I guess I just lost interest in it, in the kind of the thing. But I also, again, the priority was travel light. I got to travel light. Coffee, only one that's Irish coffee. Yeah, absolutely. That's the only coffee I like, the Irish coffee, right? I get it. I used to like that too. Well, actually, not really, because I would never put coffee in my alcohol. You never want to. I never wanted to ruin the effect. I drank it for the effect. Absolutely. But then maybe that's a good thing. So we live our asses off. Hey, there you go. Boom. Thank you so much, dude. I see what you did just then. That's the goal, man. That's the goal. This is not a dress rehearsal. The present is that way because it's a gift. That's why they call it the present. If you want the best, check out our Black Rifle coffee. Best thing, it's veteran owned and operated out of the USA. Black Rifle coffee. Are you like joking about that, like kind of thing? Or are you serious? Like it really is a new up and coming coffee place? That's kind of cool, Demo. Okay, I'm old. I was a bartender in Agia Napa Cyrus, 2004. That must have been fun, man. Good for you. Hello, Rob, says Joseph. I'm watching the movie Castaway now. Makes the quarantine here not seem as well said. Wasn't that's from that movie, right? Or was it another movie? Or was I just having, yeah, okay, there you go. Thank you. See, Aztec, you get me. 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 News update from Thai Visa. Thai Tourism Minister touts September for return of international tourists. Wow. All right. Well, we will see. I have got no negative comments about that. Let's hope, dude, because if I can get Gracie here, that would be awesome. Okay, Carl, spoiler alert, Wilson drowns. Spoiler alert, dude, you are not playing volleyball anymore. Sorry, man. Missy says photos are the best. Have some amazing ones of us when we were in high school. Oh, my God. Yeah. Missy was younger. She's a year younger than me, you know, so she was the younger girl in high school. I had to watch myself. Mike, when you downsized to 3 pieces of luggage, did you feel a great sense of freedom, burden lifted? Absolutely. And the neat thing was, Carl, it wasn't like rip the Band-Aid off, you know, kind of thing. And I'm really glad it ended up that way, because if I had to go from my 3-bedroom, 2-bath house to 3 pieces of the luggage to getting on a plane to come into Thailand, I anticipate, I mean, again, it didn't happen, so I don't know exactly, but I would have guessed that it would have been uncomfortable. It would have been kind of like a pretty big delta in behavior, right? But I went from 3-bedroom, 2-bath house to 1-bedroom cottage, basically, and went from king size bed to queen size bed. I went from big living room to small living room. I went to small everything. And so the hallway and the hallway, basically from the living room to the to the bedroom and the kitchen, were essentially the same thing. You know what I mean? And I think it was like 497 square feet or something like that. So what is that? 45 square meters kind of thing. So about the size of the condo that I'm in now. No, I'm sorry. My condo I'm in now is bigger than the cottage that I was in. But Gracie came out, and for the most part, I was there by myself, right? And so, like, you know, Gracie would come up, but she would only come out for a few months at a time. So it wasn't so bad. I mean, she doesn't take up any room, right? So I was like, oh, yeah, I'll share this queen size bed with you all day long. But but what I did, Carl, as you might guess, because this is what we do in America, is yes, I got rid of some stuff when I sold my house. But of course, what did I do? I had a shipping container sent to my house. Not literally one of the ones, the metal ones, but, you know, the companies that store your stuff. And I put an entire house worth of stuff until I could fill it. And then I just couldn't fill it anymore. And so I had that in storage. Then about probably 6 months later, I said, this is ridiculous. And so I took that. I actually had it delivered to my buddy's house, because he lived in an area. He also had kind of a big front yard, but he had a front yard, but he also lived in an area where, like, you know, yard sales were common. And I just literally emptied out the door of the thing and threw half of it on to his front lawn. And I sold all of my couches and the chairs and bed and everything, right? And spatulas. I mean, I got rid of everything. And so that was good. But I couldn't get rid of everything for some reason. Then I had a storage unit that was approximately, it was probably 4 feet by 4 feet. So it was basically, you know, the size of the door and then a little bit on the sides. And so I had that storage unit for 3 years. And I literally bought everything in that over the course of 3 years based on the amount of money that I gave the storage facility. The good news is that I had a Macintosh vacuum tube amplifier in there that I sold on Craigslist that literally covered my costs for the whole thing over the 3 years, which I think was approximately $1,600. So the good news is that I was at least able to sell one item in there. Everything else I basically had to give away in the storage unit. So that was, you know, but I was able to sell the vacuum tube amplifier. This kid bought it for his dad for his birthday, which I thought was totally cool. Paid me cash. It was awesome. And then I yanked everything out. But that took me almost 3 years, like actually 2 years and 11 months. I moved into that house in October. And then, you know, in the following September, or 2 years, 11 months later, got rid of everything in storage, and then put a little bit of stuff in my house, in my cottage, right? Then I had to go through the next step of, like, getting rid of some more stuff. And I sent a whole bunch of stuff back to my parents' house. I then put the maximum amount of luggage I could on a Southwest plane, which, you know, 2 bags, 50 pounds each, as well as a carry-on, as well as a backpack, as well as a personal item. I did all of that, flew to my parents' house in October before coming here, and had a bunch of stuff that had been shipped there, and left some stuff there. And then finally got down to the 3 pieces of luggage. And it felt great. And honestly, as I was coming over here, dragging those 3 pieces, like, through the airport and into the taxi cab, I'm like, I should have done 2. But I tell you, it felt so good to get over here. I was just like, Black Rifle Coffee is great. Oh, my son has ordered it. Oh, so that's good. So is it a store, or do you just order it online? I'm excited about that. I love supporting, like, local places. Like, if you told me it was a place here in Thailand, I'd love it too. If it's local in the US, I love that. That's great. He had such a buoyant personality too. Mail order coffee supplier. Okay. And you answered that before I even, thank you. Thank you guys for, again, being at the Cool Kids table long before I even show up, which is good. They also have one shop, I believe, in the US. Oh, okay. Fair enough. or fair enough, rather. Let me pronounce the entire word. After my house went down in 96, it was the perfect opportunity for me to get a boat and live on it like I had always wanted to for years. Dude, that's so cool. Make lemonade out of lemons. Stuck, you are, if any of you guys are new and you're not necessarily commenting, but you're watching and you're curious like what the culture of this channel is, what the culture of Live My Ass Off is, what the culture of the Cool Kids Table is, right there. Make lemonade out of lemons. Hashtag stuck in Florida. One backpack for me. Good for you, Joseph. I haven't been able to do that. Although my upcoming trip to Phuket, I definitely am going to get one backpack because I am not paying AirAsia any more money than I ever have to. You're the flapping mentor friend I never had. Nice, dude. What boat did you have? Oh, yeah, that would be a good thing to know. How long did you live on the boat? I remember your studio apartment in San Diego, so tiny. I know it was my first apartment outside of my house and growing up with my parents, basically. And that was really, there was a studio apartment, but it was 2 blocks from the beach, Missy, which was like, that was the thing. That's all I cared about. And the other nice thing, too, is that I found out that my apartment was so tiny that like when I would make new friends or meet new colleagues or something like that, all of them had bigger places than me, which was great. So we always hung out at their place. And then if we wanted to come to the beach, we parked at my place, changed clothes, walked down to the beach, But yeah, that place was just ridiculously tiny. BlackRifleCoffee.com. Awesome, Damo. Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing that, man. Oh, a Catalina 380. Missy's dad, or Missy, her family, they had a Catalina. I can't remember how big it was, though. I hope the Cool Kids Table is all well. Hello, Jim. Absolutely it is, my friend, and really psyched you're here. Thanks a lot for coming by. Smash the like button. Just lovely. Whoops. How much did that set you back? Yeah, I mean, well, it's the care of it too, right? How are you today, mate? G'day. Oh, boy. Oh, man, I am like behind.com. Lived on it for almost 8 years until Hurricane Charlie put it in the middle of Punta Gorda. I actually have been looking at Punta Gorda as well as Port Charlotte for little plots of land that are like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. I lived in it for almost 8 years until Hurricane Charlie. God, dude, that must have just been such a drag. Such a drag. I so wanted Alibi. 8 years, dude. Envy. I watched so many sailing channels. Hey, never sailed in my life. It's fun, man. It's really fun. All the people that own sailboats when I owned my little Boston whaler referred to me as a stink pot because, of course, back then, you would manually mix in the oil with the gasoline for the 2-cycle engine. So, it kind of was smoky sometimes if you did it wrong. Tell me what you paid and how much it costs per year. Usually, I would say it seems to me that about 10 to 15% of the cost of the boat is the annual maintenance. Aloha! I mean, good to see you, buddy. Thanks a lot for coming by. Appreciate it. Always great to have people here at the Cool Kids Table. Damo says, okay, time for me to pretend to do some work. Catch you on the next live stream. See you, Cool Kids Table. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Always good to see you, Damo, and you were missed, my friend. So thank you for coming. Kenneth asks, do you know Route 66 Bangkok? All of the bars was a really cool American DJ Dan there. He mixed TNT with AC/DC, and all Thai police didn't know shit. I do know Route 66, actually. I'm not a bar guy, but I was over there because there's a whole bunch of restaurants in that area, and it was a really cool place. I didn't stay late enough to experience a DJ there, though, so I don't know whether they still have it. But anyway, yeah, there's a ton of cool places in Bangkok, a ton. Stock says to Aztec, I got lucky and bought one that had just been refurbished by someone that thought they wanted to retire on a boat and only paid $20,000 for it. Oh, for a 380, dude, nice work. That's a smoking deal. Stock, I collect cars and don't have a clear path with respect to Thailand. Keep or sell? I'm still undecided. I mean, again, like I think probably Rob does too, and many other vloggers will tell you as far as like moving to Thailand, try it out. Unless you've already done, I can't remember what your scenario was, MedTech, whether you've like, oh no, Mike, I've already been over there for 7 weeks at a shot. I know how it is. I know all the visas. I'm obviously considering getting the elite visa, so it's like, yeah, it's going to be very permanent. So you know it, but yeah, that's a tough one. I remember, I think CB Media said that he still has a car back in Atlanta And I don't know whether he's got it in storage and he's paying, $500-600 a month or whatever to have it stored, which could be distracting when you're over here, because as you guys probably know, $500 over here is quite a bit. You can do quite a lot with it. So thanks for coming, dude. I completely agree, Aztec. Wasn't a Catalina. It was a Bristol 39. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was a Catalina. Maybe I think because my buddy Wade has a Catalina over at the San Diego Yacht Club. So that was it. But yeah, that was a nice boat. Later, damn it, bomb. Everything now is gone. I just bed, love seat, coffee table. Let me tell you guys a funny story. Missy will appreciate this. So here's a funny story about Missy's boat. So we're like 14, 15-year-old boys, right? Me and my buddy Rob or Steve. I can't remember who it was, Missy. But we pull up to her boat. And if you don't know, the voice, it carries fairly far along the water. And so Missy's on the boat. She's there, and she's my age, right? She's like 14, 15, 16, whatever. I can't remember exactly how old we are. I think it was before I had my license, so it was probably like 14, 15. And me and my buddy Rob were cruising around in the boat. So we pull up to her boat. And she's on there, and I believe I know she was in a bathing suit. I don't know whether it was a bikini or a one piece, right? But I remember, I think it was me who probably said something completely inappropriate relative to her physical beauty at the time. And just then, her dad pops up out of the, and he heard that. And the look he gave me is likely going to be a lot like the look I probably give some young man who makes a comment about your Gracie's daughter someday. And I'm going to remember that scenario. But that was funny. Yeah, I think we cruised over to your boat, maybe not a lot, but maybe 3-4 times when I was out in the Whaler. But boy, talk about the best summers. I hope I can recreate summers like that for your Reese one day, because they were just awesome. I love Hingham in July and August, and I wish I could be there right now. But no, COVID's got it. I'm not bitter. Everything that I love that. Just the bet. Good for you, man. That's totally cool. Mike, my biggest issue now at 51, do I make more money to more safely retire in Thailand and have more source of security, or do I do it now before I get so old that I can't enjoy? Well, Carl, I don't know about you. I'm 52, and I was 51 when I moved here. And there were many indications that I didn't have enough money. And again, like I've said, even amidst this ridiculously, gargantuanly global detrimental financial situation, I pretty much had the same amount of money I did when I got here. So I figure if I can make it through this, will I have enough money to live until, whenever? I don't know. I buy insurance. So, one could argue, well, if you're doing that, then you have the expectation that no matter what sickness you get, you will want to live longer. I don't see a mountaintop. I see what the future holds. I hope it holds Gracie and Eureece and that sort of thing for a long time, but who knows, right? I mean, it's not like when I first met Kev, Rob and I, he said, guys, here's the deal. I'm doing this YouTube channel and I am absolutely going to die when I'm 60. I got it all planned out. In fact, I'm not even going to buy insurance. I'm going to get cancer at 58, 59, and I'm going to go. No, nobody says that. Kev, I mean, my God, talk about a lively guy that had a zest for life, that had zero plans of passing away early, if you call it. But you never know. And I would submit that if you're kind of on the fence, I don't know if I have enough or I have enough, you probably have enough. If you're no, dude, I've only got $12,000 to my name, then, I would roll in the expectation of USA. And again, it depends where you live in the United States. In other words, if I had said to my parents, hey, I've got $5 million in the bank, I'm thinking of retiring, and I'm going to live in Coronado, they'd be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But if I said to anyone, I think I'm getting ready to retire now because I worked my ass off and now I finally got $5 million, I'm going to go retire in Thailand, they'd be like, you cannot spend, you will need to install a fireplace in your condo and burn money. There is no possible way for you to go through, and then, but, yeah, I want to leave some to Gracie and that sort of thing, when I pass on. But again, who knows, man? And I got to tell you, if I ever thought I potentially made a wrong mistake and came over here too early last November, Given what's happening in the world right now, I made the best decision of my life. And again, you're 51 and 52. We're basically the same age. Dude, we can get a job tomorrow. Okay. If I had to get a job badly enough, I could get a job making enough money to survive. And I may not live in, quite frankly, if I needed to get like a big boy job and start earning like a regular salary again, I would probably do it in Singapore. I would do my best to get hired with a global company that had offices in Singapore. And then live on top ramen because Singapore is expensive, but I wouldn't be not necessarily making Singapore wages, but I would be likely making US wages, which is, kind of fun over there. But anyway, I'm not telling you what to do. I don't have a clue what your scenario is. But I would submit, if you're here on this channel and you're chatting the way you do, and you have the ability to chat intelligently as you do, and like I mentioned before, again, my judgment of you is clearly you're well read. You may not be, and you may just, I don't know, but it seems like you are, and therefore that means you have the ability to add value to the world. If you have the ability to add value to the world, someone will hire you and pay you to do that, and therefore you can save money as part of that process. So I'm not saying sell everything, set fire to your house, and grab 3 pieces of luggage and come over and visit me and Rob. But it's a consideration. And again, spend time over here so you really know what it costs. Don't necessarily rely on other YouTubers to give you a cost of living video and be like, yeah, that's what it'll cost for me. Because for me, it's me and it's Gracie and it's doing stuff and it's doing YouTube and it's doing a hobby that I didn't have when I got here, and it's doing and being able to do things and being able to buy Miracle Whip for $7 and and I'm spending $2,000 a month, $2,500 a month. I've never spent over $2,500 a month, and I'm talking about a month where Gracie and I traveled like crazy. She had to travel at the last minute. I needed to buy a plane ticket for $500 right now that normally would cost $60, i.e., blew the budget. But or I left the windows open like for a week accidentally with the air conditioning on, and my electric bill was like 1,700 baht or something. Still haven't been able to spend over 2,500. So if that gives you any indication, I've been visiting since 2000. Have a Thai girlfriend. Last there in January. Dude, you know this place. You absolutely know. You know how it's changed. You could probably predict the future if you've seen the economy here. You can be like, okay, so this is what's done in the last 20 years. If that's the case, then in the next 20 years, million baht condos are going to be 3.5 million baht condos, and there's going to be blah, 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 blah. The BTS is going to go up 200%, over the next, So, I mean, there's going to be really sort of educated guesses you can make. So Carl and MedTech, guys like you can get together and say, okay, well, here's my experience, here's my thing. And then you can just, follow guys like me. So Kake, hold both hands in the air and feel the weight. You'll know when you're going. Nice one. That's a pretty good one, Aztec. I like that. Hold both hands in the air and feel the weight. You'll know when you're going. That's a nice one, dude. You always took me water skiing in Weymouth. Best summers ever. Oh, my God. That's right. I totally forgot about that. But do you remember that scenario when I said something totally inappropriate and your dad looked at me with daggers in his eyes? Like, how dare you say anything about my teenage daughter? And I'm like, well, to be fair, I was a teenage boy. So, but fun times. Stock says to Aztec, like I said, I was lucky. He had put 30,000 into it the year before I bought it. He could have sold it for twice that. I put about 10,000 into 8 years and had it. Dude, that's a great ROI. Plus the enjoyment of waking up on a boat and hearing the ching, 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 right against the mast, right? That's a beauty. I love sleeping on boats when it's warm. When I travel to Thailand next year, we have Tower Club, Lebua State Tower. You on board? I am not gay. Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm on board. Absolutely. You just stay in touch. I mean, please, again, live my ass off at gmail.com or Mike's at livemyassoff.com or whatever. I mean, I'm fairly easy to get a hold of. Most of the guys on here, if I'm not around, they know how to get a hold of me. Only 10K over 8 years, man. Yeah, absolutely, dude. That is great ROI. That is not a lot of cash. And you probably had a lot of enjoyment too. Had a great pic of you, me, and Rob Moriarty on my boat. We'll send it to you. Oh, my God. So she probably has the photo of that scenario that I'm talking about. That her dad probably was like, we're burning that photo. Her dad was awesome, by the way. He was a great guy, super intelligent, ridiculously well-respected in our hometown for the profession that he was in. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Good memories, right, Missy? Aztec, half of that was replacing the teak deck. Yeah, teak's not free. That's for sure. Talk to anybody that is looking to buy a Thai teak house right now or repair it. Vanity spending. Yeah. You could argue that teak is vanity spending, but you could also argue that like putting teak on a boat is a great thing to do because you don't have to varnish it. Yeah, you should probably have to oil it, but you don't need to take the care of it that you would any other wood. So, oops, sorry. 5K over 10 years. Yeah, absolutely, dude. That's nothing to live. If I had a pension, it'd be different. I get it. I totally get it, Carl. But, again, you factor in other things. And look, I'm not saying I'm trying to convince you. If you know that it's not the right time, then it absolutely isn't the right time, no matter what I say. But I think it's good to think about it. It's good to think about it no matter what. You could come over here to Thailand and think about, well, you know what? When am I going home? When is the right time to get the hell out of Thailand, right? Stuck, says to Aztec. Yes, I did the 4-cylinder Caterpillar engine. That was in it. Had less than 100 hours on it when I bought it. OMG. Dude, that's giant. Good for you. You lived in it moored local, or did you travel? That's a great question. Like the standard, like when you buy a motorhome, what are you going to do with it? It costs more than a rental to moor a boat and live on it here locally in West Australia. Yeah. The mooring, it depends on the yacht club too, right? I mean, there's like whether there's a waiting or whether it's just like a state-run thing. I mean, there are moorings that are free just off of Coronado, but they're not well maintained, that's for sure. And then there's no facilities or anything like that. Costas, Mike, I'd love to look into medical tourism. My background is healthcare negotiations, and I think medical tourism will be big in the future. Yes, Carl, medical tourism is big here now. And here's an idea I had, Carl, based on the fact that you're going to have to get these medical certificates. Why hasn't someone opened up a little clinic and put it into one of the now out of business shops that are in airports and been like, okay, we're a clinic. The only thing we do is COVID testing. We do it as fast as possible, and it's $100. If you waited until you got to the airport before you need to leave on your airline, then I'm sorry, we're going to gouge you. So it's $100, but you can get it done like that. Get in line, check in for your flight, and leave right now. I would think that that's a great idea, but again, I don't know. I mean, you could be like, yeah, Mike, that's great, but unfortunately, the medical insurance that we'd need for something like that would be ridiculous. So again, or the lab that we'd have to have, or the ability. I don't know how the test works. So, but dude, medical tours. I mean, of all the places, you pick the right country. If you're like, yeah, I'm going to go do medical tourism and I'm going to go up into Norway, I don't know if that's big up there. I mean, Kenneth could probably speak to that, but I can tell you right now, it's big in Thailand. It's absolutely big in Thailand. Man, if you get working with Bumrungrad, they're an amazing company. My buddy used to be CIO over there. And it's not just Bumrungrad Hospital. They have other facilities. They are great, great company. Look into Bumrungrad. Sorry for the side topic, Mike. Just curious. Yeah, right. Because I have no ability to go side topic or whatever. Not me. I'm selling my car and my retirement, and I will be good and have my annuity for later. Close to $200,000 right now, but depends on how I play it. Absolutely, dude. I mean, let's face it. If like 2 months ago you were like, okay, there is no way Amazon is ever going to go bankrupt or go below 1,500. It's at 1,650 today. I'm throwing $200,000 into that. You literally would have $400,000 today. As far as I know, it went from 1,600 up to 3,200. It may have dipped since then, but it's not going lower anytime soon. People are not going to buy less stuff on Amazon globally. Trust me. Okay. And now that they've cut their bottom line for shipping by having their own prime planes everywhere, I mean, they're living the dream. I mean, that company, and then add on the fact that they get a 40% markup on all of their cloud business. AWS is a cash cow. They are swimming in money. They cannot spend it fast enough. So all you got to do is have one of those wins, and it's not like, oh my God, Mike, I never heard of Amazon. You pulled it out of. I should have done that. I didn't do that. And but I mean, again, once I started listening to Richard a little bit, you know how we know that Richard guys. Listen to him. I mean, it was just like, oh my God, really? Like, that I really think that Amazon was ever going to go below 1,500 or ever go bankrupt or ever not. I mean, yeah, like stagnant, maybe up and down. 200% in less than 3 months. Mother of God. Let me make sure I get all of these because they're actually pretty important. I'm scanning through them and it jumps around, so it's hard to do. First 2 years I lived in St. John's River. Then I bought a piece of property on a canal in Punta Gorda and kept it there. Only sailed twice to Caribbean, including Honduras. I only sailed twice to the Caribbean. Would you like give my right arm? That would be just amazing, dude. I would love to do that. I live close to 2,000 and no major bills, only like my Apple Music and Apple iCloud. Yeah, no, dude, you're going to be good. You're going to be absolutely good. Oh my God, stripping the teak on the boat and treating it was like the worst job ever. Yeah, you do get pretty gross in the oil that you use. Did that the summer of my wedding when my dad sold the boat and got a plane. I remember when your dad got his private pilot. Yeah, that was pretty rad, dude. Good for him. And good for you for cleaning it. I will never retire by my choice. And I totally get what you mean by that, Joseph. I don't consider myself retired. I mean, I have a retirement visa and I'm not working for a company and that, that sort of thing. And of course, I'm not really working in Thailand, right? This is my hobby. I'm just hanging out with you guys. Although clearly I'm making next coffee is on you. So stick some Jameson in. Yeah, you can absolutely have the Jameson, my friend. Absolutely. I will watch you. I will be your designated BTS person. And we can totally hang out. Kenneth, you are amazing, my friend. Thank you so much. I don't know if it'll tell me right away, but when I go back over this, man, it's gonna blow me away how much you've given to the show today. Thank you so much, Kenneth. You're so cool, man. I hope you come back without your credit card next time, or however you do. It's just great. The bank is going to think someone has stolen your credit. I know, right? Wouldn't that be kind of funny if all of a sudden his credit card got blocked because they're like, sorry, we saw 17 charges to YouTube for small amounts over and over again. Is that wrong? Yeah. So it's like, thank God it's not like, it doesn't say like 1-800-YouTube. Be like, yeah, 976 Mike. Like you don't ever, I believe it or not, like when I was in San Diego, how you can like look through the numbers and see what they spell. I had a vanity number and it was 976 Mike. I got my telephone number for my house was 976 Mike, and you couldn't port them back then, so I couldn't take it with me when I left. But sneak some Jameson in. I totally got it, dude. I totally got it. We'll sneak some Jameson into yours, absolutely, and I will watch you. Massive protest outside of Chicago mayor's house. Beetlejuice is. Oh boy, that is just. I have something to add. Send me the link. 555. What, money? Buymeasmoothie.com, Rob. Go for it. Remember Mr. Oh, my God. Yes. He and Craig Martin's mom lived in Punta Gorda. Awesome place. I didn't know they lived down there. So one of the things, you guys will not know this, Missy's family used to go down to, oh, my God, Missy, I just forgot the name of it. Isn't that horrible? I want to say Catalina Island, but that's completely wrong. Oh, my God. Don't tell me. Let me look at it. Santa Isabel. No, is it Santa Isabel or Isabel Island? I can't remember. Oh, my God. This is so lame that I don't remember that. Anyway, it's actually kind of near Lover's Key, which Gracie and I loved, and we were down there. And then we went to this place that I'm going to tell you about. It's kind of like Fort Myers. Near Fort Myers, Sanibel Island. Mother of God, Mike. I mean, I'm getting old there. Sanibel Island. Anyway, off of near Fort Myers, and yeah, her family used to go down there, and I just, from New England perspective, I'm like, oh, geez, I wonder what that's like. Blah blah blah. And then Gracie and I actually went down there. I think it was, what was it, Missy? It's like 2 years ago when I sent you the pictures. I can't remember, but anyway, it was a great place, totally gorgeous, and yeah, so I'm a fan of the West Coast of Florida. Melissa, good on your dad. I got interested in yachts because of the challenge of losing 10,000 at 10 kilograms. So I can do my gyrocopter training. Was his takes too long? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Nice. The left will eat its own. Oh, yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, Sanibel, you dork. I know. I knew that was coming, dude. I knew you were going to be like, no, I'm not going to wait, Mike. I'm going to totally interject right now. Sanibel. Isabel. I was close with the Isabel. But that place was gorgeous, actually. We went down. It was, kind of expensive now. But yeah, absolutely. That was great. Florida's got a lot of great places. Carl says, I think something like concierge medical tourism would be great for cities for people living in Dubai, but then money probably doesn't matter as much there. Yeah, no, but they want hand-holding. They want to be able to have the guy. They want to be able to trust one guy. That's what I was telling Oron the other day. And as I said, look, dude, here's the deal. I said, if you're going to provide like, the ability to like, rent a place or whatever, you're a dime a dozen. I said, people, at least in my experience, many of my friends and colleagues in the United States, we want a guy. I want a guy that I can go to for everything. Like I want a Thailand guy. I don't want a Thailand rental guy and a Thailand rental car guy and a Thailand bank guy and a Thailand this guy and a Thailand that guy and a Pattaya guy and a Phuket guy. I want a Thailand guy. And I said, dude, if you seriously know Bangkok that well and you have the ability to give tours and know how to interpret what someone is asking for, visualize it and say, I know exactly the neighborhood you want to be in. I know exactly the experience you're looking for. Those malls will be there, this and that. I said, if you can do that and you can be the Thailand guy, I said, the world will lead a path to your door. And so, Carl, I'm telling you, if you can do that, and I'm not saying you can give tours and all that, but my point is that you can be the guy. You can be the medical tourism guy. Carl, the medical guy. Carl, the concierge. Concierge Carl, medical tourism. He's the guy I go to. And again, you got to work your ass off for 2 to 3 years to be an overnight success, right? My point is that there's a really, really great way of getting your message out there. I would submit one of the ways would be through podcasting. And I have a friend who does that very, very well and gets people very, very visible. And I can introduce you to him. Again, I'm not saying drop everything, grab your lab coat and come over to Thailand and, throw caution to the wind. Because medical tourism is going to be great when people can get here. They're not swinging by right now, and medical tourism is not a big sport for the Thais. So yes, tourism can be great for local Thai people. Medical tourism, But I agree. I mean, look at that market, dude. I mean, the Dubai market. I mean, again, that doesn't matter. And in fact, I would submit to you that they love the far right-hand side of the supply-demand curve, which is if this item does not cost at least this amount of money, it's not worth buying it. It has zero value to me. Unless this Aston Martin cost $275,000, I'm not buying it. If all of a sudden Aston Martin said, you know what, we're going to cut the price of our cars by 75%. We're going to sell them for $45,000 and we're going to compete with Toyota. Nobody would buy those cars. That is not the market that you go after with those cars. Big heart guy. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Hug it out, Aztec. Need to move over to YouTube to chat with everybody. Yeah, absolutely. That's true. Because I guess you got to watch it for people to hang out with you. Yeah. YouTube.com/live my ass off. Just come on over, Missy. We'd love to have you. Carl K., there are self-insured companies here in the States that pay for U.S. citizens to go to Mexico for hip replacements, stents, etc. 3 weeks vacation, excellent medical care, and money in the pocket. Absolutely. And I will tell you right now, Carl, the medical care in Thailand blows away everything in Mexico. Like everything. Even like the best medical care in Mexico, there are 5 hospitals within a 20-minute walk on Sukhumvit that are better than the best hospitals in Mexico. The hospitals over here are epic, and they're better priced than Mexico, in my experience. I haven't done a whole lot of dying in other countries. I've had my most acute medical treatment probably in the Philippines. Well, I had my most acute medical treatment years ago when I was 14, when I was in the ICU for 2 weeks back in Boston. But that was a completely different deal. And of course, my parents had insurance, and so that was a non-issue, really. But this is yeah, I mean, dude, if you're doing that there, I am actually hoping that this crisis, right, one of the opportunities that comes out of it is the insurance companies in the United States realize, okay, so yeah, Mexico's interesting and it's close by, but the medical care in Thailand is amazing, to the point where, like, if we send someone over there on our medical dollars and they go on vacation for 3 weeks or whatever, the medical care is so excellent and so rapid and so clean and so trustworthy and so reasonably priced that not only are the people going to come back healed, they're going to come back potentially proactively, so that our insurance premiums are going to premiums won't necessarily be less, but the amount of outlay they're going to have for the treatment that they have, because they were so well taken care of, they won't get the next disease, or they won't get the staph infection, or they won't have to go back a second time. So, I mean, I am really hoping that they're like, okay, dude, this Thailand is it. Who do we know named Carl who can help us with this one? So, yeah, it was Sanibel Island stuck. I may hit you up, Mike. I've been thinking of this for a year or two, working on a company who is doing it. Then COVID hit. Yeah, and again, buddy, this could be the infamous opportunity. Lemons make lemonade, buddy. You're making lemonade right now. Do I need a work permit to trade there? You mean trade stocks, Joseph? If you're going to be doing it on the SET, which is the Stock Exchange of Thailand, then yes. If you're just going to be over here on your laptop like I am right now, then you're only doing U.S. stuff. And, meaning like, I guess the capital gains is, if you trade. But if you mean like items, like in other words, if you're going to be like a global trader of like physical gear, like you're going to trade microphones from China to, then absolutely. And look, here's the downside, or here's the default setting. There's no downside to trying to get a work permit. If in your mind you think to yourself, I wonder if I should get a work permit for, yes. If you think to yourself that, I mean, you're a reasonably intelligent person. You've done your research. You have colleagues over here that have done it before. And you're starting to think to yourself, I wonder if I should get a work permit for this. Get one, because you may not need it later. You can always get rid of it. But it's a great default setting to be with. With the average deductible for family averaging $8,000 to $10,000 before co-insurance kicks in. Wow, I did not know that. I had a very low deductible with my Kaiser insurance. I was blessed with the insurance I had in the U.S. the whole time I was there until I left. And now the insurance that I have here, zero deductible, and and it's not $1 million. I got to tell you right now, core insurance kicks in. I think there's room for a win-win for everybody. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I completely agree. Okay. Well, I'm waiting for this one to post and then I'll throw it up there. Stuck. There you go. Unfortunately, I had to get some rest. Thanks, Mike, for all the cool kids and for the great time. Absolutely, Stuck. Thank you so much, too. I'm actually caught up on comments. Isn't that amazing? We still got 22 people on here. I got 5 thumbs up from Facebook. And I don't really know how many I've got from YouTube, but I could check that out in a second. But what I'm going to do right now, you guys are going to have to wait through some dead air because I can't really think of anything to put on right now. I don't have a video. If you guys have a video and you want to watch something, throw something in the comments. And we'll watch that afterwards. But for right now, I'm going to go grab a 100. I'm going to hit the restroom. I'm going to make lemons. I'm going to make some lemonade. And I'll be right back. So stay tuned. I promise won't be too long. The other thing, too, is that I don't know if I've thanked the still got 19 right on. And we knew that Stuck was going to sleep. So that's good. One of you guys actually sent me money specifically for a 100 plus. So I want to thank you very much for that. I can't remember if it was Kenneth. I don't think it was. I see your comment. I just haven't showed it yet. Oh, now we're back up to 20. Hey, look at that. How awesome is that, man? Yeah, Stuck, thanks for coming by. He's on the East Coast. So what time is it there now? It's 12:15 in the morning, so that's not too bad. Occasionally he's been on here, and it's been like a little later. I'm like, dude, you gotta go to work. There you go, Carl. Your comments up in lights, buddy. Kenneth says, have a really good friend of mine down Lame Pim, Rayong. Yeah, that's a nice area. There also you can stay for free. Rune Vatlard, Odin Bar, Lucky Viking. He fix. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this because, part of it is going to be traveling right now. I did go down to Rayong before. Before July 1st. And Koh Samet, because it's a national park, basically, there were no ferries running back and forth because the parks weren't open yet. And so I was down in Rayong to do that. And then from there, I just said, forget it. So I cruised up to Sriracha and then took the ferry over to Koh Sichang, which I really want to go back to again. I really like Koh Sichang. I mean, it's close. Also, I have good memories. Gracie and I had a great time there, and we're definitely going to go back, and it's easy to get there. And yeah, I mean, I know the lady at the place I want to stay, and she knows the motorbike I like, either the blue one or the red one. It's like, I don't know. I just got this like little family thing going on. I mean, I'm sure she'd recognize me if she saw me again, but I don't know if she knows my name. But it's a cool little place. It's a cool little place, and it's very close by. So thanks, Kenneth. That's really cool. I want to cruise down there again. I will cruise down there again. Hello, Mike's mom. Yeah, exactly, Aztec. See, you get me, dude. I am the one viewer on Facebook, and you know what's funny about that, Missy, is you, and probably I think Teresa also follows me on Facebook when I go live. But honestly, it's like you. You're the reason I flip the switch and say, yeah, I'll just stream on Facebook. I'm quite certain there are people that watch me afterwards as well. And in fact, Gracie may watch me that way because I think there's some degree of free data if using Facebook on her plan. Actually, that's not true. I know Facebook is free if you're on a certain plan, but you can't stream video. So anyway, maybe she watches on Facebook. Maybe she watches on YouTube. I'm not, I can't remember. But I absolutely still stream on Facebook, Missy, because I know that's how you'll get notified and you interact. So it's awesome. Glad you're here. But good. I'm glad you're the only one. You're my Facebook buddy. Any app developers, it'd be cool if there was something that YouTube creators could connect with subscribers to validate themselves. So if they're in an area to meet up, maybe share a place for travel. Yeah, that would be really cool. I agree with that. There's a pretty in-depth API for YouTube. And I've looked into it. One of the things that I wanted to do is I wanted to scroll the people that are that are giving in super chat, that are subscribers, which I don't have yet, but maybe I'll turn that on. But more importantly, the people that commented. And so therefore, what I wanted to do is I wanted to hook in the API to the comments and then all of your names. So like towards the end of the broadcast, I could say, hey, I want to thank all of you guys, not just the people that like super chatted, but it would say, hey, Carl, Melissa, thank you. And it would go through all of the thing. But I never got to that. It's just one of those things that, it's in the queue and I really want to do it, but there's a finite number of attention units. And so, so there you go. They can be validated by the content creator and endorsed by the subscribers, almost like the Nextdoor app. I completely agree. Is the Nextdoor app like, what was that one you wanted me to go to? The naked girls one? I can't remember that one, but. Your fans, what was it called, Carl? We need some classes in smartphone use. Honestly, Caesar, I totally get that. And because this is his first smartphone, right? Honestly, man, the best place is just YouTube. Just go into YouTube and literally in the search bar up there, type exactly what you would ask a friend. To type the full sentence in, Google will free. Actually, if you go to Google and type the full sentence in and then click on videos at the top, because Google will take the sentence and actually create a better search that way than if you put the search inside of YouTube. If you put a full sentence inside there, sometimes you can get a little distracted and not give you the results you're looking for. But it's there's a YouTube video made for all of the things that you want to do on your smartphone. I'm not kidding. I mean, it's that prolific. It's just, and in fact, there's too many. Like if you say change battery Samsung phone, there will be probably 1,000 videos that various people have made over the last several years on how to just simply pop the back off and change the battery. And now yours probably it's new, so the battery won't come back, but or the back won't come off. But my point is that really there's a video made about it pretty much on YouTube. I miss seeing Gracie. When can she come back to Thailand? Yeah, you do. Yeah, I get it. Well, one of the guys reported today on the Cool Kids Table that apparently September, the Ministry of Tourism is apparently throwing that date out there. So maybe sometime in September. That said, I've also talked with people that have lived here a long time that have, gone through what Thailand goes through, and they kind of understand the culture and the momentum and the rumors versus the truth and that sort of thing. And many of them are agreeing on November. So as soon as she possibly can, get over here and be able to stay here, comfortably. Again, if she had to come here right now and quarantine for 14 days in the condo, we would totally deal with that. That wouldn't be a problem, really. That wouldn't be a challenge. Because the day before she got here, I would know, all I got to do is buy 14 days worth of food, and that's really easy, and I could have it delivered. And, the condo, the door opens, and we could hang out on the balcony, so we could get some fresh air. We couldn't really, but the point is that we could solve that problem. It's the getting back into the Philippines. And now, again, to be fair, if she gets back into the Philippines where she lives, then she would go, and she already did a 14-day quarantine months ago when she went back there before. So she knows how that works, and it's doable, and it's not the end of the world. So she could do that when she went back. The problem is getting back into the Philippines through Manila down to her hometown. So, there's challenges there. Now, the other thing, too, is that we're going through some paperwork that's necessary for her daughter. And I really, really, really want to get that done because I believe it's going to allow her to have a much better future. And the first part of that, of course, is getting her a passport so she can start traveling with Gracie and I. So hopefully one time you will type in, man, I really miss seeing Gracie and her daughter. And we'll be traveling together. But yeah, it's in the works, Missy. I'm telling you. The sooner the better, as you might guess. Yeah. Joseph says he has his Road King and a Runaway Slice 4x6.5 to live in. I don't know what the Runaway Slice is. I totally know what a Road King is. That's a motorbike. And you know what's crazy about that, Joseph? So a Road King, it's a big bike, in my judgment. And there were people that had gone to the dealer and bought the Road King and then signed up for the class to learn how to ride a motorcycle that I was in. Like they would go around and say, like, why are you here? And he's like, I want to get better at this, or I've never rode a motorbike, but I'm going to do this, or motorcycle, right? And then they get to me and I'm like, well, first of all, I'm never going to drive on any California freeways. I'm here to take this class so that I can get a motorcycle endorsement on my license, so that therefore I can get a motorcycle endorsement on my international driving permit. So when I go over to Thailand, I can drive a motorbike there completely legally. My insurance will cover me and all of this. But I'm never driving a motorbike in California. I'm going to go drive it in, I didn't say Bangkok, but I'm going to go drive it in Thailand because it's safer there. And of course, everyone laughed and like, yeah, sure it is, Mike. Like, no, trust me, it's safer here. Now, maybe not in Bangkok, but I don't drive a motorbike in Bangkok. I drive public transportation in Bangkok. I outsource that to someone else. Carl says the Nextdoor app, laugh out loud, yeah, is like a community bulletin board and information sharing of business concerns, questions, etc. That's pretty cool, dude. Hold on, I'm going to install it, and all of you guys should too, because then we can all go. Then we can all communicate. Apparently, right? Nextdoor. Am I hot or not? Nextdoor. This one. Verified by Play Protect. Well, Google, I just trust you implicitly, so you know it's good. Class would be better. I totally get it. And I don't know how that occurs here. I know, honestly, that in the United States, in my hometown, even if the library was open, it may not be open. But the local public libraries would have people who would teach, don't take this the wrong way, but would teach traditionally older people, i.e. people that got the smartphone for their first time, but not necessarily older. But the point is that they would teach people how to use smartphones. And that seemed to be pretty effective. As far as I know, they don't have that here. So all within your area. Right on, Carl. Cool. I'll check it out. I'll try it online, but this phone is super, super complicated. I have not had great luck on YouTube. Too many formats. I agree. I don't know. I mean, hey, buddy, what's going on? Jeremy, good to see you, buddy. And thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. What time are you going live tomorrow? Like 9:15? Because if that's the case, then I'll let me make sure I get your most recent comment here. I'm good, Matt. Feeling better. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know if you posted it or not, but I'm gonna assume 9:15. I may just do like in the early morning, and then you're usually done by 11, so then I may do it later. I haven't decided. But I got it this morning, and I'm like, oh, cool. I'm going to totally do like 4 or 5 streams in a row starting at like 7:30 in the morning. And then I'm like, okay, well, that's not so bad if I only did like hour live streams. But I mean, we're almost at 4 hours, and that's kind of like my default setting. I'm like, I am going to slam into Jeremy. And you know, a lot of us here like watch Jeremy, right? So it's kind of like, okay, you know, let's split it up. Quite frankly, to add more value. I mean, you know, it's like, oh, I can only do one or the other, right? And it's like, okay, well, yeah, but that's and I'm not. The cool thing though, if you think about it, is that I don't believe Jeremy nor I take away people from each other. I think we add people to each other. I would argue that he probably adds more people to my channel than I add to his, because he's got 27,000, I believe, subs. But the point is that I'm going to work around that, and I think he's only doing weekend live streams now, anyway. So 9:15 a.m. he says, okay, awesome, cool. All right, well, I may do like, maybe I'll do 7 to 9 tomorrow, and then we'll be all good. Hey, Jerry, welcome, mate. Only you and Tom Ford got this much super chat from me. All in a good way, bud. Kenneth, you're so cool, man. Thank you so much. Hey, Kenneth, so if you don't know, Do More Life, Jeremy's got a really cool channel. So if you may have come from him, I'm ignorant to that. I apologize. But Do More Life tomorrow, 9:15 Bangkok time. Check it out. My North Carolina brother from another mother. Boom. You should do a live stream with her. Oh, Missy, trust me. So the Philippines internet is imperfect. And the other thing too is that, you know how I'm fairly extroverted? She's pretty introverted. So the first time we would do something like that, she would probably feel a little bit more comfortable if she was like right here. But I don't know that. I mean, she might want to do it. Trust me, I've thought about it big time. And she has data for sure. And she usually, the reason to say about the data, usually her paradigm is she downloads videos and then watches it later, because she can't watch them in real time because the data isn't fast enough. So it can't cache enough. That's not all the time. She used to have Wi-Fi at the shop, and she used to be able to watch a lot more there. And effectively, the Wi-Fi was like unlimited data, like all day long while she was there. So that was cool. But she's got it now through her, through mobile data on their phone. And I think she's limited to like a gig a day. And the upload takes, it's like 800 total. So you could like literally do 400 up and 400 down. Now, the average person only does downloads, right? So but even 800 megs to a gig a day, I believe she chews that up a lot of times before the end of the day. Like if she's watching Netflix, she'll really go through that a lot. So anyway, but yes, I absolutely agree. I can't wait to. I'm very excited to. It's the other reason why I bought a second microphone, actually. And the other one has more sensitivity than this one, so that she could be like back like this and not have to use it like a DJ dude. And so, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be awesome. I missed his time here, but I think you guys are watching. Whoa. Oh my God. Am I like all of a sudden like really far behind? Work as a trading nomad. Yeah. I mean, I got a buddy right now. He's going through a ton of training and is getting expert at day trading, as well as other types, long term too. Sean in Southern California, in San Diego, basically. And when he can like nail that, he's psyched to come over here. Now, the challenge, of course, will be the whole, I got to work in the middle of the night to work during, the daylight hours. But it seems to me, a lot of guys that do that professionally, they trade from like about 9:30 till about 11:30. It seems like most of them only do it for like the hours in the morning. And then afterwards, they just like, I don't bother for the rest of the day. So I'm like, that's sort of interesting. I don't know why that is, but you live in it or camp in it? Yeah, I can't remember what he said. Dude, would I see you on Bob's channel in comments? Not sure what you're referring to. I apologize, but then again, I'm always sort of behind on these things too. Sounds like you're living the van life. How you doing, Jeremy? Says MetTech. 35 up. Oh, I got a 1 thumbs down, but I got 35 million shakas, brah. Absolutely, Joseph. Thanks a lot for taking the King Leeway metric on me on that one. Next door is full of Karens. Be careful. Karens? Okay, I don't know what that means. Does that mean like girls? That's kind of all right. I'm learning so much new stuff. I know this. I know your fans video, your fans app. I know not to use that. And Nextdoor is full of Karens. I don't know what that means. I've literally absolutely no idea what it means. Wow, just look who gave a thumbs down. I can't make everybody happy, I guess. No, I guess I can't, man. For some reason, people, and to be fair, I can understand why people might do that because, again, they were probably presented with the opportunity to watch this, and they were like, "Oh, who's this new guy?" And by thumbs downing, then effectively, YouTube will not give them me again, and or things like me, and so, whatever. And the good news is that all it does is like give acknowledgement to the channel. So really, it doesn't take away anything other than from my ego, but I've since lost that desire. Meaning to base my ego to determine the balance in my self-esteem account based on thumbs up and thumbs down. Neither of them make deposits nor withdrawals. So to be fair, I like the thumbs up. Who does not? Yeah, cool. Right on. I'm soaked. 9:15 tomorrow. That's cool. It's Lob, jealous of the fabulous cool kids table vibe. Nice. I only watch JC for his smashingly awesome white shades. I dig his white shades, and I've had actually a pair of white shades if you go back through my videos before. In fact, I don't even know. I think they were older than when he started doing video. I can't remember, but I remember I liked them too. Interestingly enough, I bought them in Pattaya on Second Road from like one of those little vendors that's like right out there in Pattaya Night Market. But I like his hats. I think he's got some pretty cool hats. And matching earbuds. He's got white matching earbuds. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. And the fact that he knows how great North Carolina barbecue is. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty great. Enjoy your day, says Jeremy. Right on, brother. Thanks a lot for coming by. You're very welcome, my friend. Aztec, yes and no, just traveling the U.S. in the camper and hotels. Yeah, that can be. I thought about doing that, and considering how vast the United States is. Well, one of the things after back in December, Gracie and I had a plan, and it was when we go back in July and August, we're going to drive cross country. Maybe it was either drive cross country, meaning I was going to fly into San Diego, and then from San Diego we would drive to Boston. Or we would simply fly into Boston, hang out there, and then spend the remaining however long before we left the U.S., because she can stay there up to 6 months. Potentially drive all the way down the East Coast, and then is pretty much, the panhandle of Florida, bam, straight west through Texas, Alabama, and go kind of the southern route. Or we thought about, we like Florida, so maybe what we'll do is, from Boston, we'll just like drive down to Florida. So we had a couple of options that we were thinking about doing. Obviously, this is all changed, but I kind of dig doing the road trips, and so does Gracie. So it's really neat, and we can rent cars here. And once you get out of Bangkok, I mean, the driving is non-distracting. And I've actually my default setting now is to think about cars on the left. It's really weird because when I would like walk down to the street, which way do you look before you cross the road? It was always, I had to concentrate on it. It was always not my default setting to like look, to look right for the oncoming traffic that drives on the left. And, but now I totally do that. And I thought to myself, man, what's it going to be like when I go home? I mean, because I remember my girlfriend at the time, who was Thai in San Diego, she like got into a car, right? And she like, bam, immediately to the left side of the road. I'm like, no. I'm like pulling the wheel. Like, you got to get over. And I'm like, I wonder if that, the other thing too is using the silly, the damn wiper thing instead of the blinkers. Cause those are, the pedals are the same way, right? Like, I mean, accelerator on the right, brake in the far left, or clutch brake. And but the shift pattern is the opposite in many cars, not in all of them. But the turn signal and the wipers are totally different. So every time I would turn the friggin' wipers on when I would want to like change lanes over here. But now, I mean, I'm very drive on the left side-ish. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens when I cruise home, if I'm going to start driving down the left side of the street that Missy and I grew up on, and be like, oh my God, where am I? Why are all these people coming towards me? These people don't know anything. They're idiots. Put a mask on. Joseph, have you checked out Retire Cheap RV Living? That's a good channel, he says. Good to know, Carl. There's a yeah, that's the one. I can only remember his name. Yeah, there were a bunch, it seemed. Joseph says he's by himself now. I catch all his vids. Good for you, man. That's really great. Kenneth says, do more life. Never forget when Cheap Charlie filmed When You Confront Twitch. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's too bad that he had to go through that. That stuff is nasty. What a time suck. I mean, talk about like, yeah, I'm just going to add zero value to people's lives. That's too bad. Bob is a great dude. I love his perspective on life. Yeah, I think I've watched some of those. Gadam Karens. Am I missing something? I do not know. Laugh out loud at Melissa. This is so true. I don't know what a Karen is. Is it just simply a girl? Oh, wait, hold on. Karens are angry white women. Seriously. I had absolutely no. You would think living over here with all of the chatter about like how, Western women are no good and Asian women are the best, kind of thing, which, overall I would agree. But Karens are angry. Zero idea about that. I had no idea. All my kids are grown up. My wife passed away last year. Oh, Joseph. Sorry to hear that, buddy. Mr. Mitch, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, big time. Joseph, thank you. Carl says, I got banned from Nextdoor app by presenting 2 studies that showed using cloth masks were not effective with, oh, yeah. No, that's a debate that's just like, again, I don't know why you would allocate attention units to that. All you're going to do is get 50% of the people supporting you and the other 50% of you wanting to set fire to your house. Karen is the new meme nickname used to describe crazy women. Oh, interesting. Again, just totally new. Thank you, Rupert. I forgot, new thumb up. Yeah, there you go. See you guys later. I'm out. Todd, great to see you, man. Thanks a lot for coming by, Dorman. You're awesome, buddy. Always appreciate the emails too. He updates me quite a bit on some articles about Thailand tourism, that sort of thing that I miss. So I'm that's always great. I get more data than less, which is very, very cool. Missy says, Greg and I drove from Hingham to Portland. Awesome trip. Would do it again in a heartbeat. Yeah, I bet that was really cool. What time of year did you do it? I mean, did you do it when there was like a lot, potentially snow and ice? Because obviously, well, not obviously, but when I drove to many people, why would you know this, right? Anyway, when I left Hingham and went to San Diego, I left December 26th. So spent Christmas with my parents and then got in the car and drove actually kind of north. I mean, I went up to Toronto area in Canada, saw my grandparents, and then drove down through Detroit, crossed over at Detroit, and then down into Indiana, saw my dad's brother, so my uncle and aunt. And then from Indiana, drove pretty much to Denver and then spent about a week and a half in Denver skiing. Back Bowls of Vale, best skiing I've ever done in my life. It was amazing. But yeah, but in the winter, but it was tough. I mean, Wyoming was like -20 and it was blowing. And like I saw jackknife trucks and I saw trucks that like fell and the cab went up. I saw the dent in the windshield where the guy's forehead hit him. It was just crazy. And I'm like, luckily there's no smartphone back then. Otherwise I probably would have taken a picture of it. And hey, Mom, look. I said, well, my God, Michael, no. So it was good. It was a great experience, though. Great experience. I love driving cross country. It was tons of fun. Kenneth says, my friend Rune Frames, say hello. All right. Awesome. That's very cool. The shirt pattern is the same. Oh, boy. I missed something. Wait, what? Cheap Charlie. Oh, and then it skips. Do I not know? Oh, no. That was just some nonsense with... that Jeremy sadly had to go through with some delusional troll person. Watch next videos, any KT videos on YouTube. Great example of Karen's. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I have to run because someone has to work, Mike. See you on the next one. Absolutely, Mariano. Thanks so much for coming by, man. Really appreciate it. It's always good to see you. What is this? Who is? Oh, just no, don't. You guys don't want to know. It's a silly theme. Karen is an angry white woman, yet every example of it is typical black U.S. female. Ah, okay, got it. I understand. Theme meme. Yep, no, I get it. Nice to see you, Mariano. Absolutely, I completely agree. Karens are all overweight, older women who hate life because their sexual market value is there. Okay. Well, anyway, We did the drive in early May, northern route. Tetons were still snowed in. Oh man, May, that must have been awesome. How long did it take you? Did you go fairly, or did you stop and be like, oh, you know what, we're going to spend the week in St. Louis or something like this? I dug it. And the reason it took me so long is because I planned on staying like one night there and one night there at my relatives' houses. But then when I got to Denver, maybe you remember John Vazella, right? So John, his sister, John's sister, lived in Colorado. I don't think it was Denver. I think it was, it might have been Colorado Springs, but I don't remember exactly. Anyway, so she lived there. So John flew out, and then me, him, and Kirk, I think, or Kurt, sorry, Kurt Gondavere. I think he cruised out too. John Vazella, you probably remember the name John Vazella. Anyway, so he came out, and it was at least a week. We went skiing there, and it was just awesome. It was tons of fun. And then from there, I left, and I went to Las Vegas, stayed one night in Las Vegas, and then up to Los Angeles, where I met my cousin, who I believe I met for the first time, my dad's niece, basically. The daughter of the uncle that I saw in Indiana, my Dr. Somerville, who taught at it's in Lafayette, Indiana, Purdue. And so he was there. And the shift pattern. Interesting. Got it. Okay. That's weird, because I'm sitting there and I'm watching this guy on the public bus here. And first gear was up and to the right. And I'm used to first gear either being up and to the left or all the way down the bottom if reverse is up and to the left. And so I thought that. I thought, God, I wonder if it was that way in the Toyota that I drove like a while ago. And I'm like, I could have sworn I thought the pattern was the same. So anyway, yeah, good to know. Greg drove cross country 6 times. Look at him. That's awesome. Is that how long it took him to court you? 6 times driving across the U.S. Yes, Greg. Yes, I promise. I will. Yes, you could be my husband. You've done this 6 times. I will say yes. I will say yes. God, how long have you guys been married? Has it been? It's probably been 20 years, right? Probably. She makes some great posts on Facebook, actually, about when they, when they're having dinner or something like that. So, oh my God, I say like 4 messages retracted from Aztec. I'm sorry. Did something go wrong? I hope nothing was weird. But anyway, so where am I at here? Actually, I am at, because I like to do at least 4 hours. Oh yeah, 4 hours and 5 minutes. That's outstanding. So we're rocking it there. And first of all, I have to say thank you so much to Kenneth. Thank you for being a new member. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for all the amazing super chats. I really appreciate that. The other guys that did super chats, I love you. Thank you so much. You guys are some of the regulars. And so thank you for being so welcoming, quite frankly, to everyone else. That is new here, or that comes back. I really appreciate that. It's just awesome. That's really good. Look at that. 94, 26 years married. Whew, that's amazing. You got married 3 years after you and I hung out in drunken stupor on the balcony at your grandmother's house in Laguna. Remember that, when we danced all night long? We danced all night long, not all night long, but significant part of the thing. And we didn't drink to excess. I mean, we had a few drinks. We were having fun. And but we were doing it barefoot. And man, the next morning, oh my God, I had blisters. It was hilarious. It was great, tons of fun. So that's a heavy duty transmission. I mean, you meant car. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that I figured that was the difference, MedTech. Is like, okay, well, maybe it's because he's got like this big bus. Yeah. So that makes sense to me. Can I ask what part of Bangkok you're? Yeah, so I'm down here. If you know where True Digital Park is, I'm near Sukhumvit 101. Between Punawiti and Udam Suk. So and I love it down here because I like startups. I like the entrepreneurial culture and the energy, and innovation to the best of their ability, and the incubators that might come out of it. Some of the investment, I like to kind of be up on what's happening there as far as venture capital, angel funding, that sort of thing. So anyway, yeah, I'm down near True Digital Park, Sukhumvit 101. No, just self-monitoring the cheap Charlie sore point and an explanation of Karen's, including the word. Okay, got it. Right on, man. Appreciate it. All good. Thank you very much. I'm thankful. Yeah, trust me, I get it. Yeah, there we go. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see. Unfortunately, I got to post it up there because unfortunately, Missy's on Facebook. She can't see the comments that are coming in from YouTube unless I throw them up there. So, right on. My girlfriend, Chatty, also say hello to you. Oh, good. I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you very much, Kenneth. That's really cool. Hope we can hang out sometime. Melissa, in this day, the age, you're welcome. That's a welcome change. Congrats. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and they're great parents too. I love seeing. Anyway, yeah, it is. It definitely is a welcome change, isn't it? Absolutely, Carl. Can I rent Road King there? So the short answer is yes. There are Harley dealerships that rent. I don't know how expensive they are. I'm sure it's excessive. In fact, I believe there is a place called Fat Boy Rentals in. I believe it's in almost like downtown Bangkok, like Sukhumvit 20 or something like that. So yeah, you can, and but it's not 300 baht a day like a Honda Click. But you'll certainly have tons of fun in it, of course. I mean, if that's what you're used to, then it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. Remember pseudo skinny dipping? Some chick was totally nude, but I wouldn't. Oh my God. Okay. So we go dancing at this place, right? And then it's in her grandmother's house, their family house basically is right there in Newport. In other words, it's like, it comes out like on the beach, on the stilts, like all the other ones. It's gorgeous. Sorry. Not Newport, Laguna Beach. And so it's like at night and we go down there. And I'll never forget that because Missy and I, it's like brother and sister, right? So, we're like really, really good. And so we're hanging out down there and, we were just like cruising around. And so some guy and his girlfriend get there and she like takes her top off, right? She's like, oh my God. And she starts like yelling at Missy, like, you should totally take your clothes off. And I'm like, I completely agree. Oh my God. Crazy memories. It's actually kind of too bad that Greg wasn't there for that because if that would have been pretty funny, for him to look back, he probably would have only driven cross country 3 times though. Probably like, yeah, so your crazy lady friends that are in the water in California, I got no use for them. But that was funny. God, that was funny. Fat boy, how dare you assume my gender, white, fat. Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember. I remember my buddy Mark, one of my DJ buddies back in San Diego, Mark and Christy, Mark Jagger and Christy Knight. And anyway, so Mark had a Fat Boy. And I'm trying to remember. I think he had maybe 2 bikes. Either that or he got rid of that one and got a different one. But anyway, as far as I know, if you Google Fat Boy Motorcycle Rentals Bangkok, I believe you will find what I'm thinking of. Joseph. So you can probably grab one that way. That would be pretty fun. I don't know how I'm not a motorbike guy, and you might be like Mike. I can ride a Fat Boy blindfolded down a railroad track, and I am totally able to control it. So I would be a little bit apprehensive about riding a bike that massive in Sukhumvit for sure. But once you get off on, the infamous country roads, which are a lot of them really once you get out of Bangkok. There are big freeways too. But wherever there's a toll road up above, usually, then there's a free road down below. And, I got a buddy that rides maybe Jeremy told me that. I think it might have been Jeremy riding his, no. I know who it was. It was my buddy Anthony. And it's not a Click, but it's kind of like a little bit bigger than that. But it's basically like a small motorbike, like less than 300 cc's for sure. And he rode that like back roads. Kind of like underneath roads. Sorry, like the surface streets, if you will, down at Pattaya. So, it can be done. And if you're a good motorbike rider, then obviously, that's probably not difficult for you. We had the best times, best memories ever. Yeah, totally fun, man. That's a great one. There we go. So 42 thumbs up, 1 loser, and 42 million shakas, baby. That's what we're going to end this off at 4 hours and 12 minutes. I am so honored that you came by. Again, Kenneth, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. All you other guys that donate. Joseph, thank you for being the first buy me a smoothie. That's very cool. I'm really honored by that. And I'm looking forward to doing this again. I will likely do it tomorrow, but again, I don't want to step on Jeremy. So we may do it early in the morning, and then we may do something later on. I kind of like to do one outside. I really miss doing that. And so I'm going to try and figure out a way. I did just get a new mount for my gimbal. So I'm able to put a microphone on the side of it with a dead cat on it. And so it really yanks out the wind noise. So I'm really excited about that. So that may be what we do tomorrow, and do a little bit, maybe from Lumpini Park. I miss being in Lumpini Park. I haven't been there in a while. And with that said, it's Mike's from LiveMyAssOff.com saying, I hope you guys are living the dream. You're very welcome, Aztec. And I completely agree. Let's leave it with that. Live your asses off, guys. Jim, thank you. Carl, thank you. Thank you guys so much for the Missy. It's great to see you. I'm really glad you came by, and you're making the guys over at Facebook still keep their technology going so that we can so that we can stream over there. Thank you, Carl. I really appreciate it. I enjoyed it myself. Still want some tech tutoring, please? Google Maps and directions, for example. So basically, all that means is that Caesar and I are going to go buy. We're going to go have hamburgers, and I'm going to teach him a little bit more about how to use his phone. Actually, no, I'm sorry, Caesar. What we need to do, buddy, is we need to find that 40 baht all-you-can-eat place you keep saying. That's where I want to go next. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for a while. Next week, I'm in Phuket. Then I'm down in Chumphon. And then I'm in Suratani / Kopangan, which is just north of Koh Samui. And I'm going to keep trying to live my ass off. And you guys are the catalyst for that. And thank you very much. And I will talk with you guys soon. It's Mike's from LiveMyAssOff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream, because if you're not living the dream, then you may not have a really cool new friend named Kenneth who's basically funding your life in Thailand. I'll talk to you guys soon. Ciao.